Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over. Nasty.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hello, Matt, Josh.
Hi.
How you doing?
Dang.
I know.
That side of the table.
Yeah, Matt got
there.
me sick.
Yeah.
I think Josh got me sick. So
Josh Peterson, not me.
Josh Peterson got me sick, and then I got Mike sick.
Well, this is not a time for me to be sick, so that is not allowed.
Now,
Connor was.
do you want it now or do you want it in a month?
I think you should just get it now.
I'll take it in a month because I have access to steroids.
That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
I have heard about this before. I don't know.
Pills are good.
I've the last two times that a couple of times people around me in radio have been sick, they just get magic formulas. They're like, I'm totally fine. Like
That's right.
Like Gary one time showed up and he was sick. Like he was really sick for a morning show. And he told me, he was like, yeah, I almost like passed out. Like that was pretty bad. And then the next day he came in, he was like, yep, totally fine. You know, figured it out, talked to somebody. We're
Talk
all
to the
good.
right people.
I don't have those people.
Oh, you get them. They'll find you.
You know us, and we know those people.
Yeah, I just suffered. I just took it right on the chin.
Well, you got to do that one time.
You
got to show us you can suffer, and then we'll help you through it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've learned that a lot, actually, over the last 18 months.
You should have seen me that one night, though. It was like, I have a great picture. Because it was that late night game that ended up getting delayed to the next day. And I was interviewing somebody, whoever won or whatever game it was. And I have this picture of me like standing next to them with like my mouth hanging wide open and like just my eyes barely worked. And then we got all fixed up the next day.
I want to talk about something that was said right before we went on air, where Mike said, I need to find more food places, which
I need more Omaha food adventures.
Well, you need to go east of 72nd Street.
yeah,
No, I understand that. What I need
that
is
would
the
help.
time to be able to do it. I've
Oh,
committed my lunch hour to doing something else, so I don't have the time to do that during the week.
Do you
And
need
then-
places, or do you need
I think I need time
Time.
more than
Okay,
places.
okay.
And then like when I do have
That
the
I don't
available
have.
time.
that I can't help you with.
Yeah, no.
I have places. I don't have time.
I have to have less live shows and more recording.
I'm in a very
Ooh.
awkward because
Great idea.
because this is fun for me because I was literally where you were about a little bit over a year ago, where I'm like, I need more.
Sort
places
of. I
to
do
go and eat
Omaha
food.
more than you.
Oh,
do,
big time, big
but-
time. But now I'm kind of in the awkward position where I have my places and I'm very content with those places. And it's like there's a part of me
There's an easy fix, though.
there's a part of me that is like, I'm cool. Like I got my 9 places that I like to go and I know like what I'm going to order and how good the food is and what I'm going to pay and everything like that. And then there's the other part of me that is like, well, you should go and continue to explore. But I also don't want to take away from the great experiences I know that I have with the places.
Pick
that I
one day a
currently
week.
have.
Or one day a month, whatever it has to be, and on that day you're always going to a
So
different
so
place.
here's my one thing though, is that I'm trying to save money. And so I'm eating out way less now than what I
so
was
many
before.
lifestyle changes for you all at once.
Yeah.
I just think I had
Trying
a,
to save money, buying $14 protein bars, leaving them all over the place.
yes.
We ate it. We shared it.
You did eat it. I was.
Yeah,
trying
you
to
were
find
never
it.
going to eat it / had already forgotten about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so we ate it. And it was
pretty
good.
It was pretty good.
It was
We were
really
gonna
good.
give
It
you
was
a
a pretty
review,
good
then
protein bar.
forgot.
We guessed that it cost $8.
It was $3.49, 69 cents, something like
It was
that.
a really good power bar.
So
Yeah.
not as expensive as your Office
I don't-
Max notepad.
I don't know why at times I buy things and I just have zero appetite for them. And I have like I bought the protein bar, being like, all right, I want the protein bar, and then I just never had an appetite.
That's
to eat it.
weird.
I know.
Yeah, what I mean, especially at like an immediate thing.
I know. And
Like
then it just
yesterday, I
kinda
went to the-
sat there.
Or a couple of days ago, I went to the gas station and I was walking through there and I was like, I really want some candy right now. And so I got a thing of High Chews and I just gobbled the whole thing down.
Good candy.
I think
choose Mambas. I'm in on that.
I think I wasn't necessarily like appetited for the protein bar as much as I was like, this is healthy. I should have a protein bar.
Interesting.
And then I got the protein bar and I never was super motivated to Like, I don't know why.
Do you pack snacks in the situation that you might be hungry ever?
No.
Is this a thing that you do?
No, I just make sandwiches now.
I put like a thing of peanut butter crackers and like something else in my golf bag, thinking I might get hungry during league.
Yeah.
And that happened 4 weeks ago, and I've never once bothered to get them out.
That's interesting. No, I've never like packed snacks on the golf course or anything like that. Now I've packed sandwiches when I go to the zoo. But that's more of lunch.
Well, you
than
made
it is
those sandwiches
snacks.
2 weeks ago, and so you just
No. That sandwich that I packed for the zoo was from Subway, and I used a paper coupon to buy it. It was a great deal.
Paper coupon.
Where did you even find that?
I get mailed paper coupons.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
I get in my mailbox. I have a Popeyes paper coupon,
that makes
and
sense.
Arby's paper coupons, and Subway paper coupons, and I keep them all in my car. And I'm like, oh,
I've seen them.
I'll use them. And I rip them up and I go, and it's
Nice.
great. Yeah, it's awesome.
Do you find that the coupons you have to spend too much money for the food that you want to get the coupon value?
They're actually great. They're actually phenomenal
really?
coupons.
Like what? Give me what was the Subway coupon?
Two footlongs for $12.
But if I'm one person, what am I going to do with 2 footlongs?
You put one, you eat one there, and then you put one in the fridge, and then for its lunch the next morning.
Right, but I thought you went to Golf League or whatever. You
Well,
went
yeah,
straight
I
to
mean,
Golf League.
You went to the zoo.
I went to the zoo.
Okay.
That one.
Schaefer packed food for golf league.
Gotcha.
He
Sorry.
packed
Never
golf
ate it.
Got it.
I now for the zoo, I actually got the $4, 6-inch sandwich. Like you get a $4 6-inch sandwich with chips, and that was what I got for the zoo. And so I ate that in the tailgate.
Back in my day, $5 footlongs actually existed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Now
Now they make
don't.
commercials for it as if they're doing you a favor by giving you the $5 football.
They don't talk about it anymore.
They
do
don't.
They
They do not.
No,
They had a whole commercial like run a year ago that was, hey, we've got $5 footlongs back. And it's like, back. This was your whole thing for 12 years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
they're
turned
now
your back on the people.
they're now really into the appetizer game. They were making like the
Subway?
the foot-long cookie and everything
Yeah,
like
I
that.
know.
And they
The
had
roll-up
the
or-
roll-ups and stuff like that. They were kind of
They poured you like a foot long of Doritos
Yes.
and like put microwaved cheese on top of it.
At-
We're like
at one-
nachos.
at one time they were doing pizzas, if I wasn't mistaken. They were doing
Yep.
some Subway. They were doing a Subway pizza run.
Should
Now
have
you can get a
calzone.
sub in a bowl.
Yeah, what's this whole calzone thing that you're now?
I had a
you're now
calzone
on?
realization.
a calzone
I am
epiphany.
so hungry for a calzone.
That
right
you
now.
like them, that they're good.
No. Check out my tweet. Check out my tweet from last night.
Have
It-
do some numbies.
yeah, I just want to see if you agree with it.
Okay.
Did you see it?
I
Did
probably
you want to?
did.
Agree with
I totally agree with it that I did think they were kind of going to be the next big thing, especially when I was next to a DP dough my entire
That's
college.
what he
Everyone-
talked about.
Did you
yeah.
have DP dough?
all the
Was
time.
it was good?
Yeah, it was great.
I never had it. I always
Go.
saw the sign. It was never open for lunch, and then I would never be downtown at any other point.
This is an accurate take.
I actually think that I had a pretty good response to that, which is I do think kind of keto killed calzones.
Oh yeah, that was an interesting perspective.
Mhm.
Yes, I didn't think of that at all.
It
is a lot of bread.
It's a lot of, but here's the
Yeah.
thing: is it as much bread as a actual pizza is? I don't think it is.
In theory, it's the same amount.
I think it's just the fact that it's now folded and it's
Mhm.
all bread all the time. You can't even see the cheese or the meat or anything until you actually bite it. I just think that the whole keto thing made people think that calzones were fattening.
There's
Even
a
though they're
Pizzone
probably-
reference in here.
There is some good stuff in there.
There is.
A lot of great perspectives from people.
I just think we got really afraid of bread. I think people are very fearful of bread.
Yeah.
And I think that bread can be a good source of carbs. And
I have
Schaefer-
never been afraid. of
Schaefer,
bread.
there was
I'm
there
saying
was
as a
definitely
society.
society had a bad run on bread for
No,
sure.
I mean, there's always a stupid fad diet, right? There's always
that is
people
true.
that are like, "Oh, I'm doing this."
No, there's not. Now we just have Ozempic.
No,
Yeah.
well, yeah, now
That is true.
and that's going to be a fad thing until there are long-term horrors of what's going to happen when you started doing something that had no research behind it. Now,
Definitely,
oh my
but
God,
there
you
is
got
no
off of it.
there's no
What's gonna happen?
fad diet
well,
right now.
I think the
There's
fad.
Well,
just
the thing before
cheat
it
codes.
was intermittent fasting.
Oh
Like, I know
yeah.
people like Michael Severi's
Wow.
done it with great success, but I know people who are like, I'm going to intermittent fast this week,
Like today.
and then I'm going to go
Yeah.
hard next week. but then I'm going to go back to the fasting. And
Now,
so
I
The whole point
that's
of a
not really how
diet
it
is that you
works.
do it all the
I
time.
would.
you have to make a conscious lifestyle change.
Yeah.
I would say that the fad diet, if I were to say what is the fad diet right now, and I think I'm in tune to say this because I follow a lot of like health and fitness.
You
things.
are in peak fad territory.
Yeah, it's the long fast, and it's not like a couple of years ago. The fad diet used to be not eating until like 2 p.m. You know, like go
Yeah, the
like
intermittent fasting.
but no. Right now, people are like doing 72-hour fasts. Like they're doing,
Austin Jacobson.
they're doing,
Yeah, I was just about
they're-
to read his tweet.
they're doing 80-hour fasts. Like they are going multiple days, like
Why are these
without
people so
eating
dumb?
anything.
Make
but water.
diets great again.
Well-
we had some awesome, stupid diets in the
car-
2000s.
The carnivore diet was one of my favorite
No.
diets.
Atkins.
The Atkins. The Atkins.
What's the Atkins diet?
You only eat meat and cheese.
Yep.
That's awesome.
And it just destroys.
That is great.
Like,
Dude, your cholesterol-
You can lose weight really quickly. As soon as you stop doing the diet, you put it on fast.
Yeah,
And it also just destroys your stomach.
it
for a
just
long
it
period.
destroys your cholesterol.
Mhm.
Destroys your
The biggest one,
intestinal
yeah, the
lining.
biggest one for a while was obviously keto.
Yeah.
That might have been the one that people did the most in my lifetime.
I liked the owl diet where it was you can only eat things an owl would eat. And it's like, how am I
That's sick.
supposed to know?
That's great.
Oh no, that
That's a
owl
good one.
eats that.
what an
Yeah,
owl
we
would
did everyone remembers like the whole Liver King thing, but that was a good thing for a year where we just ate raw food.
Who's
We're-
we?
Yeah, he
like-
says we a lot when
Yeah.
it's like a
Well, I'm
You're
just
talking
saying
about the society.
the society, like the fitness influencers, just were like, I'm eating
People.
straight up liver, and I'm eating like balls, and I'm eating like kidneys and stuff like that. Like that was a real thing that was going on.
Dude.
Right now, though, I do think that the fad diets have kind of died a little bit because we've had.
Ozempic.
Well, I think that there have just been a lot of scientists who've really delved deep into, how to actually lose weight, and we've got into a very
No,
common
no,
answer,
no.
which is you're supposed to be in a
No,
caloric
no, no.
The
deficit.
science on losing
Yeah.
weight has always been the same.
Correct.
Except people want the speed of which they lose the weight. to
Yeah,
be
but
fast.
now
And
good
every
point.
year, every 2 weeks, there's a new study that contradicts the previous study. That is always how it's been.
even though the old
Yeah.
study of really maximize your output in
Or
exercise and effort,
here's one thing.
minimize your input in calories, carbs, sugars, and fats, and you'll be okay.
Here's one part of the calendar that I've always really loved.
Okay.
When a really old person is really, really old, and they ask the really old person,
How'd you do it?
what's the key to your longevity? And the really old lady is like, I had 4 Dr. Peppers a day.
Yeah.
And then everyone starts drinking Dr. Peppers to see if they
Or,
can live longer.
or maybe do the Betty White diet where you have a hot dog at the end of the night with like a vodka soda. I think that's what she had
Wow.
day,
That's
every day
incredible.
before she went
Yeah,
to
I had a
bed.
grandpa who lived into his 90s, bacon and eggs every morning, every morning
Yeah.
of his life, and it's like those arteries. have
None
to
of it
just
means
be-
anything.
I had a hockey coach who literally told me, he's like, I drink almost half a bottle of wine every single night before I go to bed.
Red
And-
wine's good for you.
And that's what he goes.
That's what John
he,
Tesh said.
he looked at me, he goes, why do you think Italians live so long? Right? Everybody's Italian Nona is 85, 95 years old. They drink a glass of red wine every night, that and a cup of coffee. So that's what he did. He would
Like
drink wine
lots
and
of
coffee.
lots of
on-
kinds of
Was he on
people are
something when
old.
He seemed very jacked when
He
he
was
was telling us.
he was totally on something. He was probably on something that was healthy and definitely on things that were not healthy.
Like, but lots of kinds of people live to be really old.
The Cubans do. The Cubans live to be very old.
Farmers are old.
Yeah.
Farmers live to be very old.
My
A
great
subset
aunt.
of any like there's always
Yeah,
going to be
I know,
a sampling of
I
anything
know.
that lives to be
yeah,
I know,
you can't
but-
just say Italians are old.
Well, but like
one of the 4 of us will live to be 90.
Papa
Oh.
was 98. Tia Nono was 96.
Papa loves mambo.
The youngest person in my Cuban family recently to have passed away was 83 years old. And the Cubans were like, oh my God, that's so young.
It is.
Like that was their reaction to it. Because I'm actually going to Chicago tomorrow to celebrate the life of one of the Cubans who sadly passed away. She was 98 years old. That just Ramon's side of the family, just as they've lived for a while.
What's a 98-year-old Cuban funeral gonna look like?
I mean, it's not going to be a funeral. They already
Right.
had the funeral. This is just going to more be like a family reunion of like,
Sick.
hey,
What's
everybody.
the food?
Oh, it's going to be awesome. I think we're smoking a pig.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
gonna get
jealous.
we're gonna get
I
a
am
spit.
very
We're gonna
jealous.
get a spit going. Teo Yan has not spit a pig in a while, and I'm so excited for it. I'm probably some lechon también. Like it's gonna be great. The spread's gonna be awesome. I'm very excited. So it'll be good. It'll be good.
Did you say that is that where your family's from? Chicago?
What do you mean?
Chicago. That's where you're from? That's where you're going?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going not for a vacation. I'm going for a celebration of life. This is different.
And it just so happens to coincide with the Cubs being really good.
I'm not going to a game.
Interesting.
I'm not taking a day off or anything like that. I'm leaving tomorrow night and I'm coming back.
But you yet
Sunday
again
afternoon.
for the 9th time in a row are going to Chicago.
Yes, because it's where my family's at. And I like to see my family more than I like to travel on my own at this point. Eventually that will switch. Eventually I will be like, I don't need
Where
to
do
see
you think
you
the
people.
first place that you go, not your family, will be?
It's either Vegas or Ireland.
And not
Those-
work related.
It's not going to be
Not
Ireland.
work related.
I'm going to Ireland next year.
By yourself?
Yes.
Really?
That is I knew you would
That
not
seems like a bad
accept it.
idea.
I have family friends out there.
You can't get
Who-
roommate Dan to go?
He's been like 4 times already. I want to go on my own. I want to go, and we have family friends that I've known for like 15 years, and they're willing to house me, and they're like in the Dublin area. And
Look,
so I'm
I
gonna go and
love
stay with them.
traveling solo.
Yeah. You don't think I will do well traveling solo? I
just think
find
you would find the
insulting.
experience more enriching if you do it with somebody else.
Well, I'm gonna do it with like 7 locals. Like I'm going to stay with a whole family.
But are you gonna like be with them because you're gonna be
Yeah.
wanting to do like some tourist stuff, and they're gonna be like, "What?"
No, they're gonna be definitely willing to do the tourist stuff.
All right, well that
And-
sounds
and-
not so bad.
And 2 of the days will be a lot of walking and doing that type of stuff, and then the other 3 days will just be going.
Okay,
to
so
pubs.
you have this planned out. Then.
This is gonna happen.
Okay.
I
now-
definitely believe you.
If we're
Now, when you say Ireland, that's not just a neighborhood in Chicago, right?
no, it's not a neighborhood in Chicago. No, now if we're talking, what would be the place that in America that I would go before? Like, what's the I don't
Pittsburgh,
know.
Clearly.
Yeah, you guys are obsessed with me in Pittsburgh for whatever
Well,
reason. I don't think
We got to
I
come up with the city
You'd
of the
fit.
day.
Yeah.
We do need to come up with a city. Of the
Skokie, Illinois, the second largest village in the world.
We wouldn't
Should
ever
we-
do Chicago.
Should we see what city sells the
not
most
Chicago.
calzones per capita and make that city of the day?
Yeah, it's probably somewhere in.
It's probably one of the boroughs.
It's got to be a borough.
How does
A borough or a Jersey?
how does
location?
New York? I was thinking Jersey. How does New York feel about calzones? I don't know. Are they like anti-calzone because they're so pro pizza?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I cannot tell you.
I assumed you to be anti-calzone.
No, I
for
love
some
them.
reason.
I love calzones.
So I Googled most calzones sold in America. The most prominent chain specializing in calzones is DP Dough, which was founded in Amherst, Massachusetts,
coming
and is
up.
now headquartered in Columbus, Ohio.
Now, I will say this about
Columbus,
DP Dough.
Ohio. Trey Taylor.
You need to go. You need to go.
Yikes.
Should that be the city of the day? That should be the city of the day, Columbus, Ohio.
Well, maybe.
That'd be awesome. What I was gonna say though is you need to go to DP Dough like 3 times before it's like max before you're like
I've never heard of such a thing. What is this?
just a calzone shop.
But
It's
where?
literally it's
Do they just have a bunch of toppings?
it's on O Street. No toppings. It's a calzone. There's no toppings.
Well, yeah, but whatever.
Inside.
Ingredients you're throwing in there.
Yeah,
Mix-ins.
Yeah,
Calm
like
down.
like it's a custard.
You can do your build your own calzone. You can do a BYOC.
Where
but
on O Street?
it's right next to Iggy's.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
It's
where
like,
the downtown used to be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's right with
Wow.
my brothers and Iggy's and the Brass Rail.
So
I'm
it
pretty
had
sure.
been across the street previous, and then I think it ended up there. It was in the basement of something at one point.
I
in
think
time. When it first came to Lincoln,
it might have been in the basement of JJ Hooligans.
and then it moved from
And then it
there.
moved back
JJ
in.
Hooligans was the basement.
Yeah.
Well, then they moved to Old Chicago. There's a lot of moving.
I know
happening.
that they moved to Old Chicago.
But the people who own DP Dough, I believe, still own Misfits, which
Just-
is in the basement of where JJ Hooligans used
Is
to be.
O Street in trouble?
which was the basement.
Oh, wow.
Is those no? God no! I was there.
Oh, no,
I was
okay.
there 2 weekends.
Well,
ago.
I
It was-
just
it was
all of
popping.
the conversation about the young people don't go out and doing anything.
No,
and then-
no. O Street is in perfect.
O Street still.
Yeah, I will tell you right now.
O Street stays alive because it just changes.
I just hope that.
Dude, I went to Iggy's and it was probably the most crowded I've ever been at.
Really? But here's what's going to happen though.
Yeah,
like
I like
that place will go away,
you would go to.
and it will be replaced by the next generation's Iggy's.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
like
but
that's
as long as O Street remains,
O Street
like
will
a relatively
survive.
decrepit water hole.
It will survive.
Honestly, there hasn't been a lot of changes on O Street in quite some time. It's been the brothers Iggy's, Brass Rail, Duffy's, Bar the Bar. That's just kind of what the kids are doing. That's just
but
it's
every
Main Street
single
closed.
every single other thing around that has changed.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
just named the ones that have stayed.
Like
Yeah.
1867 doesn't exist
I think
anymore.
is O'Rourke's, is that still right there?
O'Rourke's is
Yeah.
that was my spot. That is the one place on O Street I would still go to as an adult now.
I would say that like DP Dough, if you order the right things, you will be fine. But like the first time I went, I ordered the buffalo.
What about
chicken
that one
calzone.
place
Oh,
that
man,
it
he's
was-
gonna yell at you.
Yeah,
It was terrible.
you got a buffalo chicken calzone.
I was like, I thought it was playing safe. I was like, I know what I'm getting here.
You got a calzone with buffalo chicken in it, and you are some Italian.
They just,
You are a little Italian.
I'm no Italian.
Oh, okay.
I'm not even close.
I thought you
Reminds
tried
me
to
of the
claim-
Jack Mitchell conversation from yesterday.
Jack was like,
Didn't you try to claim to us once that you have some Italian?
No.
Okay.
He
I'm
said that. Well, at least on the show yesterday, people often think that you're
every
New York or
every time I've like a dozen times people have been like, you're Italian.
It's
right?
that thick, coarse hair. Nobody knows what to do with.
that and the bushy eyebrows too.
mhm.
This is, and I'm just,
I'm
I'm
just
just,
some mannerisms.
I'm hairy.
You're
you know?
quick to temper.
I'm very quick to temper, but I mean that's really when you two are around.
That's
You
the
like
La-
to be
that's the
animated
Latin
with your
heat.
hands.
I know I do like to talk with my hands. There's a lot of, I probably do have a lot of Italian in me.
There's
Like
a lot of
I said,
crossover between Latin characteristics and Italian characteristics.
They
I'm just
both-
realizing this.
Both have romantic languages, right?
Mhm.
Italian and Spanish are fairly similar to each other.
Sure. I was going to ask what did that place that came into O Street that started randomly making barbecue? What happened to that place? Did you?
Oh,
Do you remember this?
Seaberries?
That's it.
Still there.
Dude,
Is that still there?
I didn't go to it. The only time I ever ate at Seaberries was the day of my graduation, and it rocked. It was great.
It
I
was
was
a
like,
good lunch spot. I would go there a lot.
It
with
came in like
people for
really
lunch.
late in my going to bars
But
downtown days.
So Seaberry's like they don't do a dinner. They only do lunch during the day, Monday
then
through Friday.
mega late
and
night.
then late night food for the drunk.
dude, I got sausages, eggs, and bacon with like barbecue sauce, like on my last drunk meal of my
Yeah.
college career, and it.
But their
slapped.
lunch is actually legitimately good. I'm not telling you that it's like world class barbecue.
Yeah.
But what they do well.
I never went to Seaberries for lunch, and I never knew anybody who went to Seaberries for lunch. But
Well,
I
now
knew,
you do.
but I knew people who only went to Seaberries. Like people were going to DP Dough, and people were going to Pickleman's, which was the other like kind of late night spot. I knew people who only ever went to Seaberries. They're like, that's.
Do
where I
people
have my
still
late
go
night food.
to the Euro place in the corner?
Oh, Gourmet Grill. Well, there's Alibaba's
No,
and there's
yeah,
Gourmet
I'm
Grill.
a gourmet grill guy.
I'm a Gourmet Grill guy as well. Yeah.
Same.
They
And
put we would
that-
go in there and then we would ask the
Is
guy.
Pita non gone?
No, Pita Not. Well, I don't know. It wasn't gone when I graduated. I liked Pita Not. I actually got to know the people who own Pita Not, and they would actually give me deals.
We
and stuff.
became friends with the guy. His name was Sear, and he would go in, and Lanny would tell him to put more seasoning on the fries every time.
Yeah.
And then Jake would always try to get him to advertise with the station, and it was like it was never ever gonna happen. But he would go in there like shouting at him every single time. You know, we're a little under the influence. He'd be like going in there shouting at him every time. It was like,
we
we're
should
gonna
get
get
you.
you on the air. We're gonna get you, and I'm like, this is great. It's just fantastic.
Yeah. I actually knew somebody, like if they told me they were an Alibaba person, I would judge them. I would be like,
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody really was.
There were people who were Alibaba people.
That's crazy.
Shout out Kate. She loved Alibaba. I did not understand it.
Yeah,
I
way to go,
love
Kate.
So
I
you
love
just said something, but then you're shouting her out for being an Alibaba person?
Yes.
Calling out Kate.
Calling out Kate.
Okay. Well, you did shout out.
You did.
I haven't partaken in a shout out Friday on
Yeah, that's
Tapper and
tomorrow.
Schaefer yet.
Yeah, you can do a Friday shout out.
You
You
got
wanna-
anybody you want to shout out?
Yeah.
Right now, I don't think anybody's reserved it this week.
Should we shout out any of your
John Bishop.
Cuban family you're going to see tomorrow?
Oh, shout out my cousin Elliot, who I've never met before, who I'm going to meet tomorrow, who's a singer-songwriter, who's very good at
How
doing
about the
it.
dead
This is
person?
so wild to me.
What?
Like a direct first cousin?
Like second cousin.
Okay, so I don't really ever think about cousins that
Yeah.
are first cousins.
Yeah, second cousin. Never. We've never met.
That makes more sense.
I don't think I've
But-
ever met a second cousin in my life.
That's not come
Second,
on,
third,
that's-
whatever.
How does that even happen?
It's your parents were cousins with them, and then
That
so-
becomes third cousin,
that-
I think.
well, no. So
Is that
your
second?
your parents.
So my parents' cousins
Your
are my
parents'
second
cousin
cousins?
is your second cousin.
Yes.
Okay.
Your
I,
parents'
Your
cousin's
parents'
kid is their
cousins.
third cousin.
yeah, I guess I
Yes.
probably met a couple of second cousins then.
Yeah. Probably my closest cousins were my third cousins
Why?
because we were just my
You just live
dad-
next to each other?
kind of. We live 45 minutes away, and that just happened to be it. But my dad, like, I'm cousins. Their mom is my cousin, not my aunt,
So how do you get to a third cousin?
because that's their kid. Their kid is their third.
So my parents' cousin's kid is my third cousin?
Whoa. I believe so.
yeah.
Third cousins are people who share a set of great-great-grandparents.
Right. That
I
would be
think that's
that.
how that would track.
Yeah, that
Being
would
the
check.
children of their parents' second cousins.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I can't even imagine who those people
Like,
are.
yeah, we talk about
You got to get on Jack's.
Yeah, Jack is really into family
I was
trees
gonna
right
ask
now.
if you spent.
I
much
like
time
family
on that
trees.
site.
I couldn't really understand. That site was incredibly complicated, and there was
Yeah.
a lot of buttons.
You
and it
had
was
to-
just.
I was doing it while you guys were talking. You had to build it. Like it kept asking me, like, okay,
Like, who are these people?
Give me your mother. Give me your father. Give me your grandmother. Give me your grandfather. I'm
It-
like, oh,
it-
if I have to enter it all, like
It's
there's only
not
so
doing
far I can
anything
go.
for
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
It seemed like a lot of work that I was not willing to put in to find out that my most famous relative was like on, an extra and, NCIS. New
My
York.
uncle did a big family tree several years ago, and that's the one I just have it like on file.
Oh, yeah.
Several generations.
awesome.
Very, very cool. No like backstories or anything, but I've done some Googling. There's some interesting things in there.
My mom did it years ago, like a decade ago. And I'm pretty sure we traced it back to we were descendants of a Spanish conquistador that went to Cuba. And then that conquistador had a family in Cuba, and that family turned out to be us eventually through a lot of bloodlines. That was a decade ago.
Descendant of a conquistador.
My dad claims, and I don't know if this is true, but my dad claims that we owned land in Scotland, and then we lost a turf war. Like we lost an actual war, and then we lost our land in Scotland and had to move to Northern Ireland. That's what my dad claims. I don't know if that's necessarily true.
I'm sure.
But McMaster is a Scottish name. It's not a traditional Irish name.
Okay.
So I think I think we're originally from Scotland.
So that was, I assume, your wacky guess Wednesday guess. I really enjoyed that entire segment.
It was
fun.
awesome.
It's great when there's two people that you know really well and they're having this conversation and you're learning things about. Like I've never
was
talked
fun.
with Jack about this weird obsession he has with chasing.
Well,
down his
that was just great because it
ancestry.
wasn't an interview. It was just like I hadn't talked to Jack in like 3 months. And I was just like, "Hey, man,
Yeah, it
How
was
are you?
weird. I
He's
got in
been
my
very
car and
off
I'm
social
driving.
media.
he has been.
Trying.
He can't help himself. He's now back on there. He like had a long tweet today.
He dipped his toe in.
He can't help himself.
He intermittent fasted for about 2 hours and then realized not for him.
He was trying to mog Twitter and ended up maxing.
He maxed.
Did that
Twitter.
bit only last a day for you?
Yeah, we forgot about it.
By
today.
the way, I'm going to be real. I think I ruined it because I just mogged and maxed way too much during.
There was
the
a lot of mogging
crossover.
and maxing. I turned to Happer during one of the breaks and just asked him not to dip in max when that was a conversation.
Yeah, because I said I could have been easily worse than him.
I still find that so funny. It's completely true, by the way.
Yeah.
You could turn into the most toxic
Tomorrow.
media member of all time.
Easily.
Please don't.
I won't. There's no threat of it.
Can I be real with you? There's a part of me that kind of I just want to see what one day
No.
of
Yeah,
Connor
I don't want to
Dittman-
do
It's
that.
the same part of you that's like, if I touch this really hot object, I wonder how it stings.
Right,
this
exactly.
I've done that.
I wonder what
before.
would happen if I shoot this gun into the air.
I tried burning the
Do
nerves
bullets
off.
fall down?
Yeah, right.
I tried burning the nerves off my finger one time so I could like grab things like without gloves and stuff like out of the oven. and it was very painful, and it didn't work out.
So you still have those?
But I actually can do it a little bit better than what I
Let me
used to.
introduce you to a fryer where you have to separate donut holes, and you'll lose the feeling in your fingers after about 6 months.
Oh,
It
no.
sucks. The guys that work there forever, and he's just like reaching. He'll sometimes reach into the oil and pull something out. It's
Yeah.
like, how does your hand have no
Ah.
feeling left?
Yeah,
Why would you? That's awful.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Chef hands.
It's bad.
Chef hands. That's a real thing.
That was the crossover,
Yeah.
powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. It is Matt coming up next.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call. Make room for Daddy. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays Matt live and rolling here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network, 1620 AM here in Omaha, 97.7 The Zone in Central Nebraska.
Yeah, you got that cough button?
Dude,
this is a real radio station.
I got to get over this cough and the sniffles and everything. I don't know
just
why these things won't go away.
You can't shut it down this weekend, can you?
No. But is really just me sitting on my ass drinking a bunch of orange juice in emergency really going to solve all this at once?
I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's just.
I think you're going to have to jam some OJ, jam some emergency, go to bed early tonight.
I want to watch.
Or you're not going to get to until Sunday.
But I want to watch the playoffs.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, but
it's the semifinals. Nobody cares.
I care. It's
great that you care. Let the other people watch the games for you.
No,
give
why
you
would
the
I do
dogs.
that? No, I'm not.
Because yesterday's ghost dog hit.
Yesterday's ghost dog did hit. I don't mean to sound disappointing, but the man is very cocky about the fact that his ghost dog hit.
Yeah, he's going to let you know.
He's definitely going to let me know. And by the way, it was a masterful performance by the Anaheim Ducks. It was beautiful hockey.
Coaching matters in hockey?
Dude, he is so good. I don't want to talk about him yet.
Yeah.
We will. I need that.
We are on the cusp of that conversation.
I know. I just want to avoid it because I am probably the worst person to talk about it. And what I mean by that is there has been no coach that has brought me more joy than that guy. But it's also, you cannot ignore all of the things that have happened.
Others.
Yeah. And it's not, and I don't want to just call it the other stuff. You got to call it the terrible stuff, the terrible things. So that'll be a segment when we get there that will be very, very well thought out. We're not ready for it yet, though. If he beats Tortorella and the Vegas Golden Knights, we're going to have to talk about it. But his team, man, they played so well yesterday. It's one of those things where if you don't really know the sport of hockey, I don't know if you could fully appreciate how the Ducks played defense yesterday. It was a full team effort. They were absolutely all bought in. They were playing for one another. They were playing for their goalie. I feel terrible that they didn't get the shutout. It's absolutely a travesty that did not happen because they deserved it. But man, they were spectacular. And that's not even really like, the Ducks aren't necessarily known to be this super defensive team either. Like it was a very kind of, I don't want to say out of left field, but a super impressive performance yesterday.
Where is left field on a hockey rink?
Where is left field on a hockey rink? Left field on a hockey rink would probably be the left corner. Well, it'd probably be like right as you enter the blue line on the left side of the ice. That's where I would consider left field, if you will. So there you go. We will. I guess I won't be watching playoff games tonight in order to improve my health. But we will be talking about the playoff games. We'll be talking about the NFL, talking about the NBA, the NHL, and Husker sports on top of that.
Bless you.
Cough button was on for that.
It was. My mic was on.
We have a fun day.
I was sending a text.
We have a fun day ahead of you today. It's pessimism day.
Okay.
It's time for some pessimism.
Just hold on. All you Johnny-come-latelys who might be listening for other stuff.
Yes.
This is day 2 of a 2-day topic.
Yes.
Yesterday was the positive stuff. So if you think we're just bleeping down the throat of the program, you are mistaken.
You are. Thank you.
That's next week.
I cannot wait for next Monday when we try and guess what the baby back bitch of the week is going to be. God, we've had some bits and segments here that we've thrown at the wall that haven't stuck. And that
Triple
one,
B could take us to the stratosphere.
I'm going to be real with you. We kind of closed our eyes and I didn't even tell you we were going to do it. I just closed my eyes and said, hey, we're going to try and predict what we're going to get mad about this week.
Yeah,
and the fact that we had a nuclear thing we got mad about, I'm like, perfect. This thing has some wheels. So we will go ahead and it'll be Pessimism Day. Like Josh added, yesterday was Optimism Day. If you want to go and hear about the optimistic outlook of Husker football heading into this season, you can listen to yesterday's podcast about it. Today will be Pessimism Day, and then tomorrow will be Reality Day.
Oh, so it's day 2 of a 3-day topic.
It's a 3-day topic.
Wow. That's why we started it on Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Exactly. Look, we're getting creative in the month of May when it
Look
comes
at
to
you.
sport radio.
Good producing, Matt.
Baby boy has grown up. Incredible stuff. So we will have Pessimism Day. I'm going to give you a bunch of reasons as to why you should be pessimistic for Nebraska football heading in to next season. I will say, I have not included the tough schedule in the pessimism board.
Good.
I have removed it.
It's a big conference. If you're not at the top of the conference, you're going to play some tough teams.
Like, it's a little, like, we're going to talk about it all year long. And I think it goes without saying.
Bless you again.
I don't know what's going on.
Are you allergic to me?
Don't sound like my girlfriend that I don't have. Okay.
Are we okay?
By the way,
we need to talk.
If my girlfriend ever got mad at me for cheating on her in a dream, I think I'd break up with her right then and there. I think I would. I think I'd be like, I can't do this. If this is going to be a common occurrence, I don't know what to tell you. How are you getting mad at things for things I literally can't control?
Well,
it's your brain. It's your mind.
Probably going to happen.
So we'll talk about pessimism. We will talk about some of the things that we are going to have to look at and say, hey, is Nebraska football going to be able to fight through that and become victorious through it? We will also talk about Draymond Green. What a clown.
Yeah. I knew the exact reason they were having him on the show. So he could say something and it would go viral. Well, I didn't think that's what he was going to say, but sure enough.
He's been beefing with Austin Rivers, okay?
What is that?
Well, Austin's actually a pretty good pundit, in my opinion. But the thing is that Austin sometimes gets a little bit too bold in terms of what he wants to say, considering that his career, when you could make an argument that he was more of a bust than like him having the career he thought he had.
Right. That's why I'm like, why is Dream? That'd be like if I was beefing with Nick Grimm.
Wait, are you calling yourself a Hall of Famer and Nick Grimm a bust? Is that what you're calling? Is that what you're comparing?
I mean, those are your words, not mine.
Austin Rivers was the number 10 overall pick by the Charlotte Hornets. It was believed that he was going to be a part of this three-point renaissance that was going to help elevate the Hornet franchise.
Better comp. I'm sorry. I just thought of this. Sorry to interrupt you. It'd be like if I was beefing with Jason Peter.
That's a great comp. That is a great comp.
I lasted longer than 16 seconds in this building.
So, Rivers said some things that were true. I don't know if Austin Rivers is the person who should be saying those things and saying them as strongly as he was. But at the same time, what he said was completely true, which is Draymond is the luckiest player of all time. And that he is very fortunate that he was drafted in the situation he was drafted in. Yesterday, though, was a very strange, very awkward moment between Charles Barkley and Draymond Green. And I think it's there's an interesting conversation to be had from it, because I think somehow, even though we all love Charles Barkley, we've somehow forgotten how good of a basketball player he was.
Yeah.
Like,
you think of him as the no rings buffoon.
And really, he's arguably a top 20, top 25 player of all time.
Yes.
Like 11-time All-Star, 23,000 points. Like, he is the ultimate example of, man, like, what would other guys' careers be if Michael Jordan didn't exist?
Mm-hmm.
If Michael Jordan didn't exist, Charles Barkley probably would have had 2 or 3 NBA titles.
Yeah.
Like, that is something that would have happened, that would have occurred. And unfortunately, he just happened to play play during a time the greatest athlete arguably ever was playing his sport. So, by the way, gave Jordan a pretty good fight during that entire time as well. But that is, we will talk about it, because I think there's more to be had about that as well in terms of players in the media and inside the NBA and Shaq's replacement and everything that to be had. And also, I just think it's going to be fun dunking on Draymond Green because I think that after he disrespected Charles Barkley in quite the embarrassing and disgusting way, in my opinion. And so I cannot wait to present the facts about what was going on between those two. So we will talk about Nebraska football and we will talk about why, some pessimistic things. We'll talk about Charles Barkley and Draymond Green. John Calipari has spoken.
Okay. About what?
The expanded NCAA tournament.
Oh, yes.
Shocker. Coaches aren't necessarily over the moon about it.
I'm actually a little shocked they would speak out against it.
This is by CJ Moore from The Athletic. He released this article about 6 days ago. He was interviewing some certain coaches about the expanded pool of the NCAA tournament. He got this quote from Matt Painter. My knee-jerk reaction is, you shouldn't do it. I think we have something pretty special. John Calipari was asked yesterday by CBS Sports about tournament expansion, and he goes, I'm a big believer in the idea that if it's not broke, don't fix it, and I think that applies to the NCAA tournament. So there are some coaches who are kind of peddling the idea of like, hey, we're more cool with it if you add more mid-major teams. I'm told like and this is not something that I think is going to stem from this. I think if they add 8 more teams to the pool, it's going to be 8 Power 5 teams that wouldn't have previously gotten in.
It's going to be 6 Power 5 teams and 2 mid-majors, and they'll go, see?
I actually think that if you want, like, everyone's complaining about Cinderella and Cinderella not existing anymore. Well, you know what is an easy way to add more opportunities for Cinderellas? Add more teams that we would consider to be Cinderellas. Maybe identify a conference or two that has a pretty good track record of upsets over the last decade and say, okay, hey, first and second place get in to the NCAA tournament. Okay. That's an idea. I'm not necessarily, I'm not
a hard and fast.
No, I'm not like going, oh, this is what they need to do. But I think that's just a certain idea. It would be great. And this is the more bolder strokes discussion about this. It would be great if they just found a more creative way to add 8 teams to the pool outside of, oh, Indiana, you went 2 games under 500 in the Big Ten. Oh, that's fine. You're in the tournament. Oh, Auburn, you play in the SEC and you played some teams really, really close. You wouldn't get in a 68-team pool, but here you go. You're in the 76-team pool. Like, I think I and a lot more people would be for expansion if they found interesting ways to do it outside of, no, we're just going to add a bunch of teams that really aren't going to have an opportunity to win an NCAA championship. So we will talk about that. We will talk about how the coaches feel. We'll talk a little bit more about the college football playoff. I mean, at this point, it just seems guaranteed it's going to go to 24 teams. I mean, we have a lot of momentum heading in that way. What is Nebraska's expectation going to be if there's a 24-team college football playoff?
Ooh,
if there's a
question.
24-team college football playoff, will the expectation for Nebraska football be to make that playoff year in and year out?
Okay, I was going to say, are you asking for this year or year in, year out?
I think if there is a 24-team playoff and football is as important and as big of an investment and has as many resources poured in as Nebraska football has poured into it, the expectation absolutely should be to make the college football playoff every year if it goes to 24.
Yeah.
If it were to stay at 12, my expectation for Nebraska football is simply this: be in the pool. Be in the running, and every couple of years, hey, you had a great year, you got in at 9. Hey, you had a great year, you got in at 10. To me, the real, like, I kind of view just where we're at right now in this current era where Nebraska kind of fits into all the puzzle pieces. Like, it's a little bit similar to Nebraska baseball, where Nebraska baseball goes, we want to host a regional. And you go, okay, that's a
lofty goal.
That's a pretty aggressive goal, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Mm-hmm. Like, maybe if everything goes well, right? Like everything goes well, like you could do it. I kind of, in a 12-team playoff, that's how I viewed Nebraska football. As if your goal was, we want to host one of these college football games one year, I would go, okay, that's a goal. That's not easy to accomplish. And it might take a very long time for you to get there, but that's something to shoot for. And maybe if you really, really squint, you could see it. Now, LeShune's got a great comment in the YouTube chat.
Mm-hmm.
If it goes to 24, you are crazy given the last 15 years of this program to expect we are in. Here's the thing. LeShune's totally right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, we should, the expectation should be for Nebraska to make the college football playoff. And they haven't been a ranked team in 10 years, and they went 6 years without making a bowl game and everything like that, right? That has more to do with the incompetence of what have happened in previous eras, okay? And I'm more so talking about the Scott Frost era as opposed to the Matt Rule era. I don't want to put the word incompetence and the Matt Rule era together. I don't think Matt's deserved that in any sort of
you want to set your goals a little higher than where your current position is,
24 teams is a lot of teams, okay? 24, I mean...
Can you finish the season ranked?
Dude, that's all it is. You just got to finish the season ranked. You got to win 8 games. That's not a super lofty goal.
Nebraska hasn't finished a season ranked in however long, but that's a good goal. That's a nice goal for them, right? Like I hate phrasing it like that.
24 teams is so many teams. And for how much Nebraska cares and invests in the program, you should be able to make and compete for a 24-team playoff year in and year out. Okay, a 24 team to be one of the 24 teams in college football, you have to win 8 to 9 games in your conference. Okay?
I don't know that it's the expectation,
but that is something that Nebraska can do,
or the goal.
Nebraska year in and year out can be in the in a 24-team college football pool. They can be. That's something that they can accomplish. Being in a 12-team pool, that's hard. That's difficult. That's not easy to do. Being in 24, that's not that. I think that's something that Nebraska can accomplish. I think that's something that if this program, is heading in the right direction and does the things they need to do in terms of execution, if they execute in the transfer portal, if they execute in player development, if they have good coaching, if they get the right players, like that's something a lot of teams can do that. A lot of teams can accomplish that. So that's my view of it. In a 12-team playoff, I would never have the expectation for Nebraska football year in and year out to consistently make that playoff. That's a hard thing to do. I would expect them, my peak for them would be, hey, you're in that combo, and every couple of years you get it. 2014 playoff, you should be in that discussion every single year. If you're Nebraska football, you should be in that discussion every single season, and you should make it fairly often. You should. 24 teams. That's a lot of teams. Some people might disagree with that. That's totally fine. I'm standing 10 toes down. You're in the Big Ten. I mean, there's a 24-team playoff. How many Big Ten teams are going to get in? 8? 7, 8, 9? You just got to be one of the 8 best teams in the Big Ten to get in the playoff. That's doable. That is very doable. That's what I would like. That's what I would be able to do. If there was a 2014 playoff, you should be able to do that. You should be able to accomplish that. I didn't mean to get all fired up right there in our run.
It's okay.
But
it's okay.
I can't wait for that conversation if people really, really want to get into it. We're also going to talk about fun topic today. Top 5 athletes currently at Nebraska. Men's and women's sports. Embrace the debate. It should be a very, very fun time. A lot of Aaron Rodgers news today. The Pittsburgh Steelers, at this point, are kind of expecting him to come back, and it seems like it is trending in that way. There's some local radio over there in Pittsburgh that is basically saying he is coming back. The kind of insiders, the NFL insiders, are saying, hey, this isn't done yet, but we're going in that direction. My question is, how much of the landscape of the NFL does Aaron Rodgers returning really change? I don't think the Pittsburgh Steelers are a quarterback away. Now, the way I see changing it is, Pittsburgh goes from, if without Aaron, they're probably a 6 to 7 win team. With Aaron, they're anywhere from 8 to 9 wins. So that's 2 more wins probably added with Aaron, which means that you're probably adding a loss to the Cincinnati Bengals, or maybe you're adding a loss to the Baltimore Ravens. But it kind of begs the question to me, how many teams really do we look at right now and say, hey, they can win the Super Bowl? Hey, they are true Super Bowl contenders. They can make a run to the Super Bowl. Is it the most wide open we've had in quite some time because you don't have that dynasty in the Kansas City Chiefs? Or are the Rams just such a odds-on favorite at this point that it doesn't matter that they don't necessarily have that pedigree over the last couple of years that the Chiefs do, that they're just such a good roster that you're like, oh, it's going to be very hard to beat them. We are going to go.
Are they the favorite to win the Super Bowl?
I think they are.
Okay. Yep, they are.
I think they are.
By a lot. Plus 700. Seahawks are plus 1,000. With the Rams, the Ravens and the Bills, excuse me.
I have 16 teams I think can win the Super Bowl.
Whoa.
Actually,
that's like half the league.
I have 17. I just added.
That's like more than half the league.
I have 17 teams I think can win the Super Bowl. And one's a tweener. So call it 16 and a half. We're going to go through them. I think this is some of the most wide open we've had in quite some time. Because I think we've always been like, hey, they got a good team, but can they really beat the Chiefs? I don't think that exists as much anymore. So we will talk about all those topics. Barkley, Green, pessimism, 2014 playoffs, 16 NCAA tournament pool. How many teams can win the Super Bowl? Does Aaron Rodgers really move the needle? And Steve Sipple at 11 o'clock will be joining us here on Middays with Matt. We'll talk to the man from Husker Online and On 3. And we will talk to somebody from KETV. We have to find out who.
I like the mystery.
We will talk to somebody from that channel. We will reveal it later in the show. I have to blow my nose.
Yeah, you do.
So badly. Middays with Matt. Going to be a great show today. The Beatles are here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Hey, don't forget about the Bananas and Bangers sweepstakes. What's your walk-up song? Let us know. You can win a 4-pack of sweet tickets to see the Savannah Bananas play at Memorial Stadium on June 13th. You also will get $200 and a free duct cleaning, a $900 value from McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air. You can enter online at 1620thezone.com, all powered by McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air. We welcome on the man, the myth, the legend from Husker Online and On 3, the man that we love having a discussion with every single Thursday at 11 a.m. It's Mr. Stephen M. Sipple. Sip, how are you, man?
How are things in Dundee?
What? You're in Dundee?
No, how are things in Dundee?
Great. It's good weather today. This is the type of weather I very much enjoy, where it's sunny and you get a good amount of vitamin C, but it's not overly hot. It's like 60 degrees with a nice breeze. Probably going to go and golf later.
Whoa. Oh, wow. Good job. Yeah, I think most people would enjoy this type of weather. What's on your mind?
I have a lot of things on my mind, and I have one that I'm kind of talking myself in and out of right now, and I want to get your perspective on it, because it's a conversation about what Nebraska has done and what they should do. If Nebraska football, or let me rephrase this for you, Sip. If college football goes to a 24-team playoff, meaning the top 24 teams year in and year out make the college football playoff, what should the expectation be for Nebraska football?
Oh, I mean, assuming that, and that it fluctuates what you expect from a program depending on how long a head coach is there, depending on how long a staff is there. Generally speaking, for Nebraska, if Nebraska's where it should be as a program, I mean, 2 out of every 5 years, 2 out of every 6 years, something like that.
So
in it,
well, that's interesting.
or at least knocking on the door of it. I mean, I know expectations have dropped here precipitously, but I still believe that Nebraska can be that type of program.
Okay, let me throw out a couple of things here for you. You have the transfer portal era the way that you have it. You have the resources poured into the program, whether it be from, how much you're paying coaches to how much you're paying players. And 24 teams, you're talking about 8 wins, 9 wins. You're talking about being one of the top 8, top 7 teams in the Big Ten. If I proffered you Nebraska should make the college football playoff in a 24-team setting 4 out of every 6 years or 4 out of every 5 years, would you say that's too lofty?
Right now, I mean, I think it is, but I mean, I'm trying to stay reality based. I think that's Ohio State, 4 out of every 5.
I would expect Ohio State to make it every year, Sip.
Yeah.
In a 24-team playoff?
All right, I guess we're splitting hairs. 4 out of every 5, or 5 out of every 5. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think, it just depends how you look at it. I mean, I guess if I'm just divorcing myself completely from reality, I would just say, they should make it every year.
Sure.
Reality is Nebraska is not Ohio State, and that's what I'm dealing with right now. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think they could get there. I've always believed that. I always say it. That's what you're chasing ultimately, is that sort of success. But in this moment in time, based on what I've seen in recent years, recent years meaning since 2007, 8, that range, I'd say 2 out of every 5 is what I'd say.
I think most people would agree with you. I think most people would agree. I think a lot of people would take that, because I think you're doing a very admirable job of adding in what they've actually done over the last 15 years, but I don't know. I look at a 24-team playoff, and I think that's way more attainable than maybe what Nebraska's been able to do. But this is the conversation we've been having for so long of just, not being able to reach those expectations. you go ahead and Brett McMurphy released an article yesterday where he broke down, what the bowl projections might be. And the bowl projection that he had, Steve, for Nebraska was the Music City Bowl versus Ole Miss. We went back and we looked at what teams' records were over the last I think we went back 4 seasons heading into that bowl game. The last 2 seasons, every team was 8-4 heading into that bowl game. And obviously, the team that ended up winning ended up being 9-4, the team that ended up losing being 8-5. If I gave that to you right now, I said, Sip, on the table right now, Nebraska goes 8-4 and plays Ole Miss in the Music City Bowl in Nashville in 2026. Would you take it?
Well, I got to think like a fan. I mean, I'm sort of irrelevant in that discussion. But if you're a Nebraska fan, I think you take it. Yeah, 8-4 with a chance to be 9-4, especially if it is against Ole Miss. Yeah, you could sell progress with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you would. If you're a Nebraska fan, I think you could, and that's all realistic too. I mean, I think that Nebraska is particularly realistic because Nebraska could make that bowl at 7-5. Nebraska gets a bump usually because Nebraska and all that entails. So yeah, I could see it happening, and that would be great, especially if they're 8-4. I think average Nebraska fan would sign up for that.
Have you thought about what success would look like for Nebraska football in 2025? Like, have you thought, 2026? Like, have you thought, like, what is the bare minimum necessarily that you think they would have to do to prove progress or prove that they're moving forward?
Yeah, I always think about it.
What is that?
7-5. I mean, you know how this goes. We do this every year in the off season. I mean, you pick out a record, and then then there's a lot of offshoots. What's it look like?
Yeah.
I mean, last year, when you say 7-6, I mean, it's not great, but then it gets worse because of the way the last 3 games went.
Sure.
So it's always about being like, 7-5, that starts the conversation, but what does the season actually look like?
Yeah.
I mean, what's the last part of the season look like? Nebraska first year of the Riley era, finished, they finished 6 and 7. They made a bowl because of academics and because there was a dearth of teams that are eligible. And Nebraska went to the Foster Farms Bowl and finished the season with a resounding victory against UCLA. And it felt pretty good, even though they're 6 and 7. I mean, the way it happens matters.
Sure.
But on the surface, 7-5. I mean, 7-5, 8-4. You better shoot for that. But here's the thing: it'd be nice if they could beat an Indiana, Oregon, or Ohio State. It'd just be nice, just to prove you can do it. It shouldn't be out.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it shouldn't be outlandish to think. And I think that the way we think and the way they think within the program, obviously it's different.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope, at least let's put it this way, I hope it's different. Because it seems like a lot of people consider that to be outlandish in the fan base. Internally, I don't think they do. I hope they don't.
I hope they don't too.
Win games. Yeah, they should be able to win games like that.
Yeah. Well, what is Matt Rule's signature victory?
Oh, I don't know. What would you say?
Colorado, 2024. But is that Steve? I think you can beg the question: is that a good enough win to necessarily call it a signature victory in week 2 of the 2024 season?
0-8 against the top 25.
Yeah.
So it's not good enough, and it's 0-8 against the top 25 is something, and 2-10 in November is another thing that troubles you because
sure.
I just believe that the best programs are getting better in November, not getting worse. And they're the toughest teams usually because November's a bear. In that world, November's rough. It's a long season. You're you're often playing fairly meaningful games, and that's not a Matt Rule conversation. It's not exclusively a Matt Rule conversation.
Sure.
Nebraska's been bad in November for a long time.
Yeah. And I think that's good that you put that qualifier on there, and I think that's fair. And I also do think, Steve, like back to my signature victory question, like I also do think it's fair to say, well, were they really in a position to get a signature victory in year one of the Matt Rule era? Probably not. Right. They weren't. Were they in that position to do it in year two? Well, they almost beat Ohio State at the shoe, right? That would have been it. But at the same time, I think you're right. Year four, the Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State game, like you can make the argument, like at this point of the program, you should be able to beat one of those teams, or at least compete to the very end, and be able to show, hey, we're right there.
This is year four. I mean, now patience is wearing, and that's natural. I don't know. This is a tricky conversation in Nebraska right now. It feels very negative, even though I don't know that it should. But yeah, this is big. It's a big year for Matt Rule. It is.
Why do you think it's? Let's work off that. You think it's negative, and I agree with you. I think it's objectively negative. And I think the reason why is because I think people have a different expectation of where Nebraska football should be in year four compared to where they are in year four. I think this is where this all stems from. It all stems from the fact that people think they should be farther along than they currently are. Do you find that to be fair or not fair?
No, I mean, I don't. Here's the thing. It's complicated by the fact that I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, I mean, and you always wonder this in these conversations, how much of the negativity comes from a smaller percentage
sure,
than what's actually out there. The media, and I'm part of the media, and I've been part of the negativity. How much more positivity is there that you just don't hear? I mean, it's sort of out of vogue in our business and to be positive. It is really out of vogue.
I agree with that.
So you hear a lot of negative clips. Clips are big now, and the clips get kind of crazy sometimes. So I don't know sometimes you wonder. And then there's so much time to talk this time of year that there's so much talk about it that I don't know how much it feels like sometimes it's sort of distorted. But here's the thing. You can't ignore the 3 losses at the end of the season, and you can't ignore the dalliance with Penn State. I mean, and I think that turned off people. The big, the extension and the big buyout number is a turn off.
Yeah.
And all of that is feeding into unfortunately, it's kind of feeding into the expectation column.
Sure.
All of this goes away though. If let's say they start 5-0, then beat Indiana at home. The discussion turns on its head. So much of what you find out as you go along is a lot of this, almost all of it is solved by win.
Yes.
And we'll just say at an acceptable level. And I think 8, 9 games, if you win 8 or 9, if you win 9, you are knocking on the door of the college football playoff.
You're in.
So,
I mean, if it's a 24-team playoff and you win 9 games and you're in the Big Ten, I don't see how you're not in the college football playoff. I think even if you win 8 games and you're in the Big Ten, you're pretty damn close.
Yeah. So if they have a good season, the conversation will change fast.
Sure.
Which, by the way, the fact that you can say that and it's not laughable,
no,
it's realistic, probably says something too. I mean, they must not be in bad shape, a horrible shape, if we're willing to entertain that thought.
I think I might know what your answer is going to be to this, but I'm just curious. You bring up the buyout. Do you think that's a relevant topic?
In what regard? Relevant to
what? Relative to how we view and talk about the program as a whole.
Yeah. I mean, you can't ignore it. Yeah, I do think it is. Yeah.
I agree. Well, yeah, the obvious reason is the lack of flexibility, but at the same time, I totally understand people not wanting to dive into a buyout conversation before the fourth year of a coach. But I mean, it's I just wanted to get your point of view on that.
Yeah, you'd have to work pretty hard to convince me that's irrelevant.
Well, I think that you can make the argument that even if the contract extension wasn't even, put in place, the buyout would still be pretty high, in order for if things went awry this season, I don't think it's irrelevant, by the way. I think it's a very relevant topic. I'm not arguing that at all. I just wanted to see your point of view on it. I guess one more question for you here. Is there a part of this football team that you are more optimistic or bullish about than maybe the consensus might be?
Then what was the last part of that?
Is there a part of this football team that you are more optimistic or bullish about than the consensus might be?
Ooh, the hard part is the consensus. I don't know what the consensus is. Calandria.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's going to look good, that picture. And if it does, that affects the conversation dramatically. If it looks like I think it will look, it'll affect the conversation dramatically. And that is a lot of energy at the position. He's mindful of the turnover thing, but also he's making some big plays. But he's not afraid to throw it downfield. He's got receivers. He can do it. And then he can scoop. I think that picture is going to look really good. I thought the reaction to him in the spring game was subdued. It was muted for whatever reason. I think Jamal became kind of the story. And I get it because Calandria didn't like the world on fire. But I'm bullish on Calandria.
Sip, you're the best. I appreciate this conversation as always.
God bless you.
God bless you. I always enjoy this. You have a good one.
All right. Good luck.
I do. I really do. It's not an interview. Him and I don't interview each other. I'm just like, what do you think, bud?
Yeah.
It's always a good time. I don't know. I asked the, do you think the buyout is relevant? Only because I think there's just so much more that has to happen, and there's so much they have to play the games, and they actually have to, end up seeing the result of these games. And his contract even before the extension was another 5 seasons basically. So it's just it's one of those things where I think that sometimes we might focus a little bit too much on the topic, but I totally agree. It's such a relevant point of the conversation. And I just, as much as people want to talk about how are they going to be this season and how are they going to improve in certain spots and how did they acquire, where or who did they acquire? I think the fact that you have this, I would call the buyout a dark cloud almost in a way where it's just it's there and it's not raining and it's not thunderstorming yet. And it hasn't become a problem to the point where you might have some lame duck seasons with a coach that arguably shouldn't have his job. It's not there yet because the things haven't happened that needed to happen, but it definitely does exist. And it frankly, you could have made the argument that it might have been avoidable from allowing it to happen based off of how we saw everything that transpired after the extension was given. Something we're going to have to deal with, though. I mean, it's one of those things where, it just limits a ton of flexibility. And, it's not something that I think it's needed to be talked about week in and week out and day out, but it definitely is something that is looming around the program and is a part of a lot of other discussions that maybe we didn't first anticipate. So that's just kind of how I view it. I didn't know if Steve would have a differing opinion from it, because typically he's a little bit off the beaten path when it comes to that stuff. But I loved what he said. I can't see how you would argue that it's irrelevant. I didn't expect him to answer it that way, if I'm being frank.
It's part of the conversation. You got to run it through your filter when you're making your assessments, right?
It kind of alters the assessment, right?
Yeah.
It alters the decision. Let's just be frank. Matt Rule is way less, and I don't like talking about firing people anymore, and I don't like talking about firing people, especially before the 4th season. But the fact is a fact. He's much harder to get rid of now. It's much harder to reset the program or restart the program or put the program on a different path if you don't believe that he's the guy who's going to get it done.
So, but maybe this path of incremental progress, since you do theoretically have more time, maybe if we want to be positive, boys,
I'm gonna put 10 toes down here. I don't give a damn. I'm just gonna say it. We are in the NIL era.
Sure are.
We are in
Glad
an
you
era
noticed.
of the transfer portal where it has never been easier to flip teams. It has never been easier to acquire players. It has never been more accessible to watch film, to watch a player, to say that player's good, that player will fit in our system, and then acquire that player. Gone are the days where all the previous success mattered so much to the point of your recruitment. It still matters, but it does not matter as much as it does. What matters is money and dollars and evaluation and development. And it's never, ever been easier to go from having your team being average to them making them really good, or having your team going from bad to making them very competitive. It has never been easier. Damn it. Indiana won a national championship, everybody. They won a national championship. So this conversation, when I ask somebody, what are your expectations for Nebraska football if there were to be a 2014 college football playoff, and you go, well, they haven't been top 25 since 2013, or they haven't been able to have this success in this decade. I don't give a damn about the past. I don't give a damn about what they did or didn't accomplish when Bo was the coach, or Mike was the coach, or Scott was the coach. It has never been easier to flip your team. It has never been easier to make your roster better. You don't have to go through this long no. And Nebraska football has invested enough resources, whether it be through coaching, or whether it be through acquisition of players, or whether it be through facilities, or whether it be through nutrition, to year in and year out be one of the best 24 teams in the country. The bar to make the college football playoff is not that high when it's 24 teams. You have to win. And by the way, too, the Big Ten, and with how good the Big Ten is and how many conference games you have to play, you can have a cupcake non-conference schedule, and your conference schedule is hard enough and filled enough to the point where you win 8 or 9 games and you could be a top 24 team. So I don't agree at all with making the college football playoff 2 every 6 years. It's a 2014 playoff. Viewing it from the macro perspective, Nebraska is good, invest enough to be in the top 24 year in and year out. Done. I call it a rant, call it venting, call it whatever. I don't.
I liked it.
I just can't. I can't agree. I cannot agree.
We just got to sell more jerky and get more money into this program.
I just don't agree. I think that if it's a 2014 playoff, that Nebraska should be able to make that play. Should, with the resources it invest, should be able to accomplish that on a consistent basis. Am I saying that Nebraska should win a national championship, or Nebraska should go to the Elite Eight, or Nebraska should be in the Final Four? No. I'm just saying, with what they invest, they should be in that pool year in and year out. I just, and you're not going to get me, you're not going to be able to make me back off that. You're not. I don't think I don't think that is a expectation that is too high for how much goes into this football program for them to accomplish. Plain and simple. All righty. We're going to hit a break. We're going to get a lot of texts. We're going to get some emails about it. The YouTube chat is going off. Maybe this just ends up being our show. I'm totally fine with it, because I don't think it's that hot of a take. I don't think it's that bold of a take to say that if it's a 2014 playoff, Nebraska should be able to make it 5 every 6 years. Should.
You would have to improve upon what you've done the last decade, but as you've said, you just I don't think it's as simple as throwing money at the problem. I don't think that's what you're saying necessarily
I'm
either.
just saying for what they invest,
yeah,
that should be it. You should be able to do that. And I really don't care. Like people go, well, they haven't been able to do it in the 2010s. It's a completely different era. This thing has nothing to do with that and everything to do with now. We're gonna hit a break. We'll continue discussing this here on Middays with Matt. I love this job.
It's a good gig.
I love this job. This job is just fun. I just love talking about this stuff with people. I love.
It's better than like doing people's taxes or something.
Well, my dad
no offense to those people. I'm just an idiot when it comes to that stuff.
Sorry, Dad. that's exactly what he did. It is nice though having a dad that was an accountant.
Yeah,
it's pretty awesome because it's just like
I pay a very nice lady a lot of money each year to do it.
I do want to clarify some things. Like when I say like it's never been easier. I think I'm more so talking about like the player acquisition part of it, and you can cut through some things that you weren't able to cut through in the past. I will say like, look, we've seen a lot of teams and a lot in basketball too, right? Where it's like they go ahead and they just get great players and they're not able to win at the level they're supposed to win. Kentucky. And I think I need to do a better job of acknowledging that relationships and fit matter. And I think Matt Rule would totally agree with that. And honestly, I really enjoy when Matt Rule does say, and some people might think it's corny. I do appreciate when he says we don't pitch people. This isn't a pitch. We're not trying to convince you to come here. We're telling you this is how we do things and we think that you can fit in. And so I think that at the end of the day, and I think this will always be the discussion, and there's a lot of themes to when we have these discussions about college football, right? One theme I always go to is M equals M. Momentum equals money, money equals momentum. I think the other theme is though, you just got to be able to coach. You just got to be like, we could talk about the money and the resources and investing and everything like that. But if you can't coach and you can't evaluate and you can't develop, then who cares anyway, right? But I think that it's always important to rein back in this discussion about Nebraska football that this is to do with if a 24-team field existed. If a 24-team field existed, Nebraska football has the resources and has the ability to consistently be within that field. And while that, there used to be the era of, you'd stockpile players. Now that pool of teams that could actually stockpile those players were small. You can't stockpile like you used to anymore, but now the pool has expanded to the point where there are so many more teams that can go and get that talent and can go and acquire the talent they weren't able to acquire before. And I'll just it still matters about coaching, though. It still matters about relationships. I just think when people go 2 every 6 years for Nebraska football to make a 24-team playoff, hell no. Absolutely not. That is not good enough. Okay. Would it be probably unfair for me to say they should be able to make a 24-team playoff every single year? You might have a stinker. You might have a year where the recruiting class wasn't great, or you missed out on some transfer portal guys. That can happen. But if it's a 24-team playoff for what Nebraska invests, for the resources that they have, they should be able to consistently be in that conversation. And I'm not backing up from that. Let's go to the Equitable Bank, or we're not going to go to the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, but we will take your emails on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Matt,
it's a good inbox.
Josh O at 1620 Zone. It's a phenomenal inbox. Old man Doug. We need old man Doug to call in. Doug,
he's busy.
No,
he's running several banks, if I'm not mistaken.
But I liked it. Doug always called in when I was on the morning show. And we would have like a weekly phone call with Doug.
That was before he got in. Do you know what bankers' hours are?
I do.
Okay.
8 to 4 now, or is it 9 to 5?
That's a good question. I feel like more and more it's 8 to 4.
I think, Doug, I've talked to Doug. Doug's a hardworking guy. Doug's like 7 to 6.
Those aren't Doug's hours.
Yeah. I'm talking about, is a regular a regular banker's hours 8 to 4, 9 to 5? Or is it 8 to 5? Have we just completely said screw that? Do they still get lunches?
I think people are taking lunches.
You know what? That's a goal of mine. I never want to work a job where I have to take a lunch.
Oh, okay.
Because that means I continue to do this job. Which
okay. I see.
Let's go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. Let's talk to Walter. Walter, how are you, my friend?
Hey, good. Hey, great show again today, guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you greatly.
We need to hear that now more than ever.
Yeah, thanks. A 2014 playoff. I mean, to get in, that's something we should inspire to shoot for and to be in every year. I mean, I agree with you. All the money that's put in this program. I mean, I'm an alumni. I'm always getting letters about donating. I donate, but it's just one of those things where I don't know if we've just come to the point where mediocrity is just kind of where we want to be. I mean, we can't beat Iowa. Everybody's happy with a 6-6 or just getting to a bowl game now. And I understand we did it 2 years in a row, and last year did not turn out the way that it should be. But there can't be many excuses this year, even with the schedule. I mean, this program should have been built to beat teams in this schedule over a 4-year period, if you follow me.
I follow you.
Not where we're progressing. We're still wondering if we can ever get over to Iowa or beat Illinois or not be upset by Maryland. I mean, I'm just really, really concerned that and I know when Matt Rule came out today, we're going to play, 6 or 7 top 25 teams. We don't want to hear that. We only want to hear, we're going to get our team ready to go beat 6 or 7 top 25 teams.
Walter, I appreciate.
It seems like the excuses are just a runway or a foundation that if it doesn't get there, here's what happened. Well, we need to be those teams. So
sure.
That we're not Ohio State, like what Sip said. You know what? We need to be Ohio State. I don't know. I just want to hear what you guys have to say.
Let's work off that, Walter. I think that's an interesting call. I'm looking for progress every year. Okay. Every single year that Matt Rule is the coach, where is the progress? Okay. So year one, he comes in. I think just the progress immediately in year one was that this was run like a professional program. Okay. Matt Rule was on time for press conferences. He acknowledged what he needed to acknowledge. He didn't hold back. He had his coaches speak. You know what I'm saying? Like you could outwardly and inwardly as well. Right. I mean, had a lot of people that I know who worked with Frost and then they worked with Rule and they're like, this is night and day in terms of what we're doing and how much we're working. Like that was year one progress. Year two progress was making the bowl game. Year three progress, and this is why the Minnesota game just means so much to me. Year three progress was beating the teams you should have beaten, that you were favored to beat. You should have beaten Maryland. That's the team that's a program that you should beat. You should beat Northwestern. That's a program you should beat. And they beat the teams they should beat, and they won close games. Like that was I think some major progress was made in terms of they had their backs against the wall in that Northwestern game. They had their backs against the wall in the Michigan State game. They had their backs against the wall in that Maryland game. And they came out and they were and they got it done. That's progress. Now, I know I haven't even looked at the YouTube chat. I'm sure there are a lot of people talking about the Minnesota game. I concede that game makes no sense to me. I still don't. It still bothers me. I think it still bothers. I mean, that's Happer said it best. That's a game that just cannot happen again. What does progress look like in year four? To Walter's call and to Sipple's point, obviously progress is beating one of Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. But if they weren't to do that, but they were to beat Illinois, Washington, and Iowa, or they were to beat all of the teams they should beat, they should win those 6 games against your 3 non-con teams, plus Maryland, or plus the Maryland game, plus the Michigan State game, plus the Rutgers game, and then they beat Iowa and Illinois, or Iowa and Washington, or Washington and Illinois, I would look at that and say, okay, progress. You got 8 wins. You got to there's still humps for you to get over, right? You still got to beat Iowa. You still have to beat Michigan, Oregon and Ohio State and whomever, but that's still progress. That's still moving in the right direction. And so to me, I'm always going to view the program positively if year in and year out they are doing things that they weren't doing the year before. And up to this point, they have done things that they weren't doing before. Nebraska was not a very professional program before year one. They did not make a bowl game before year 2, and they were not winning close games and handling business for the most part in year 3. Year 4 needs to be, though, what year 4 needs to be, Josh, and Walter brought this up in his earlier call, year 4 needs to be the year where Nebraska starts getting into that tier 3 conversation of the Big Ten. Year 4 needs to be where Nebraska starts putting their foot in the door and being in the conversation with Iowa and Illinois and Washington in terms of what is that next tier after you get under Ohio State and Oregon. That's where Nebraska needs to be.
I don't want to spend the summer throwing every possible scenario at you, but what do you feel if Nebraska were to beat one of those 3 giants in the conference, but then drop a stupid one to somebody that they shouldn't, pick your.
Oof. I don't even.
You lose to Rutgers.
Yucky.
But you beat Ohio State.
Yucky.
Like,
no, yucky.
Is that
gross?
Is that progress?
Disgusting.
Like I know it's splitting hairs. I know it's completely hypothetical.
I know. Yeah,
but
it would ruin. To answer your question as concisely as I can, it would ruin things for sure. I would not. I would be every time I talk about let's say they beat Oregon and Eugene, right? But then they were to have lost to Rutgers.
That'd be cool.
I'd be like,
that would not be cool.
I mean, like they beat Oregon, but then they followed it up and lost to Rutgers.
Yeah.
Like that's literally how I would say that. So
Sith
I don't
Destroyer says no, that would be a fluke, not progress.
Yeah, that would be. But
that's a pretty succinct way to.
But I would say this though, I do think the fluke would be progress because Nebraska hasn't been able to fluke.
Oh, okay.
Like I would throw. I'm just throw it
right
back at you. Where it's like Nebraska hasn't even been able to just have a day in 10 years or the last 10 years where they just happen to have a great day and the other team happen to happen. I'd be like, finally it happened.
Maybe I picked the exact wrong team because Rutgers is the only team with a worse record against top 25 teams in Nebraska over the last decade.
I think you picked the perfect team.
But yeah, I mean, we've talked about it over the last few weeks. Every team in college football has been able to fluke or
literally fluke their way into stuff. And I think it's another point, though, that Happer has brought up, and Jack Mitchell, too, has brought this up before, where it just seems like, for whatever reason, some teams get really more fired up to play Nebraska and, really, really want to beat Nebraska more often than not. I mean, but that's just kind of like a subjective evaluation, if you will, that necessarily can't be quantified. Maybe we shouldn't put a ton of stock into that. But, yeah, I cannot wait to continue to play the scenarios with you throughout the year of what if they win this game or what if they lose that game like that. But I enjoy that.
I said I'm not going to do it, but I bet you, I bet you I do it.
I'll just say this, and we'll stamp this segment with this. If you can show progress year to year, it's going to be hard for me to dispute the positive direction that the program is moving in. And obviously, progress would be beating Oregon, Ohio State, or Indiana. Yeah. But if they weren't to win those games, but they were to win 8 games or win 9 games, I'd say, okay, hey, that's a hump you got to get over, but at least Nebraska got to the hump. That's my one thing about this program. We're talking about Ohio State and Oregon and all these top tier teams. Well, that's getting over the hump. Nebraska needs to earn the right to get to the hump. No, you need to get to the hump before you get over it. And Nebraska hasn't been able to do that. And that has been the main problem of everything. And that's why when people say they have so far to go to even get into those conversations, I tend to agree with those people because how the hell are you going to talk about getting over the hump when you're not even there? How are you going to argue about not being? How are you going to argue about the club when you can't even get in?
Yeah,
Can't talk about people in the club. You can't even get in yourself. Nebraska hasn't been even able to get into the club. So
I'd like to be in the line, waiting out in the cold, trying to negotiate my way in with the bouncer.
Nebraska needs to get some hot chicks. Is what they need to do.
They do need to get some hot chicks.
They need to get some hot chicks in order to get into some clubs. Alrighty,
get hot chicks back to Nebraska.
Some teams still know how business is done.
I'll bet they got some hot chicks at Tennessee.
Hey, what an appropriate way to plug This Week in Women's History, which will be coming up at 12:45.
It's not a hot or not segment.
Coming up next, though, the Odd News with Josh Odd's son, a hot man, here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
I just feel like we never have enough time for this. We have enough time for three today, but
You want to do
give
3?
you more time. Let's try and do 3. Florida.
Okay. Yes, I do.
All right. Let's go with multiple teenagers. Let's go with a convenience store, and let's go with a canoe.
This is quickly becoming one of my favorite games.
Thank you.
No.
Damn it.
Officers with the Tampa Police Department made an unusual discovery.
Wait. Tampa strip club?
No, but that is an excellent guess.
Sorry.
If you've been to Tampa, you know.
They
made an unusual discovery during a DUI investigation. A beer can. That's not the unusual part. It was in a Happy Meal box. You ever seen this kind of Happy Meal? An officer asked while holding up a Heineken can.
That is a classic. They'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
They'll never know.
Yep.
They're not going to know. They're not going to look in my Happy Meal bag. Yeah, I have an open container, but it's in they can't see it.
Happy Meal box on the floorboard of the vehicle with the Heineken can in there.
Tough.
Video released Tuesday showed officers performing a field sobriety exercise. The suspect told officers, quote, "I can take any test right now and pass it."
Did he?
She did not. The suspect was tasked with counting her steps as she attempted to walk in a straight line. That's 9? Question mark.
Oh, no.
She asked the officer.
Oh, no.
The officer told her, "I wasn't counting," to which she responded, "You wasn't?" "No, that's why I asked you to count out loud," the officer said.
Tough. Don't drink and drive.
Yeah,
folks.
that's a bad
drink
one.
and drive. Just don't do it. Number 2.
Number 2, we go. This one sent to us by John, often critiquer of the show.
Yes, but one of our most loyal listeners.
Yes, we love John. A
Well,
Harding.
you love John, but
Well, that's because John loves me. A Harding
true.
University
John really
professor and his family in Arkansas discovered a stranger had been living in their basement after mysterious items going missing throughout their home. Dutch Hoggett said in an interview with a local TV station that he first suspected something was off when he noticed a pair of shoes he normally leaves by the back door were missing. "I asked my wife if she had thrown them away, and she had not. Over time, we noticed chairs had been moved and some food was missing."
Oh, that is so freaky.
Yeah. Authorities later identified the man as Preston Landis, who had been secretly living inside the home for several days, moving from a crawl space in the basement before anyone discovered him. Hoggett said his wife then told their daughter and son-in-law. I think they were both going crazy. And I'm like, this doesn't happen at the same time suddenly.
That is like, okay, that's like an irrational fear that now is in my brain that I don't want to be in my brain anymore.
Yeah.
That's like almost, have you ever been to you've ever been on the John, you've ever been on the can, and you're like, I really hope there isn't a snake under me right now, or anything.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
When I was younger.
That's an irrational fear.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, dude, somebody's secret, and then the chairs are everywhere, and you're like, why? Ugh, yeah, yuck again. I've been yucky all week.
Yeah.
All right, third and final story.
I saved it for last so that we spend the least amount of time talking about it.
Hell yeah, brother.
Because the audience is sick of it.
Oh,
so Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini rented a boat.
You know what? Are we doing this for the audience, or are we doing this for us?
This one's for us.
This could be a whole segment. To go ahead.
She was 7 months pregnant, and the couple rented a boat together. That's just what you do when you're.
Can we be real? We are one bad photo away from Vrabel being fired.
They're clearly slow playing this.
If
Mike Vrabel will
We are one really bad photo away.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if it's true.
Or a tell-all interview.
Guys, can we?
Maybe you feel like you're backed up against the corner and.
Well, clearly she enjoyed being backed up against a corner.
Whoa!
Bang me.
I've seen that new Patriots logo.
I don't want it. You don't know what's real or what isn't real on Twitter, so it's like I'm kind of hesitant on saying some things and whatnot, right? But it's just one of those things.
You gotta be careful here.
Yeah, in the words of Stephen M. Sipple, This thing's in shambles. This thing's in shambles. This is tough. I mean, we are very close to him being let go, which they called me a madman when I said, you don't think he could be on the table to lose his job?
I did. I did call you a madman.
Everybody calls me a madman. I love it.
Coming up now, believe him later.
Coming up next, we talk about a guy who said some mad things yesterday, Charles Barkley, here on Middays Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Soul.
So, very interesting developments happened over the last couple of days with Duke, right?
Yeah,
Duke,
with John Bishop.
no, not with John Bishop.
What were you talking about? I'm sorry.
John really got the brunt of that, by the way.
Thank you, John. Meat shield to the station.
I mean, if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be the guy that,
A couple people called me a meat shield yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, I was getting some fat stuff, which is fine. I am fat.
You got
Everybody
flack?
everybody did, right?
Well, for being honest,
Did you come out squeaky clean?
we came out pretty good. I'm just
I'm
just gonna say, typically in the past, you would like there's a snowball that rolled. Like one guy will be like, I hate Josh and Matt, and then the snowball might roll, and they really just start making fun of how much weight I've gained in the last year, and the fact that you cancel teams and stuff like that. That didn't happen. We came out pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
High five us.
Yeah. Boom.
Not that we're trying to please the Sea Scrolls.
I would never.
Kind of low key, same. But anyway, interesting development in college sports with Duke. So what Duke is doing, they have sold, they have made a deal with Amazon, and basically these non-conference neutral site games don't really belong to anybody necessarily, right?
Apparently.
I didn't know that existed. And so Duke has had this idea, I guess, of being like, look, conference doesn't own them, and the TV, the ESPN was supposed to broadcast them, I guess. They've given them, all right, you're fine, you're okay, you can do this. So they've made a deal with Amazon where that's an extra stream of revenue, right?
They backed out of an MTE, created their own.
Yes.
And sold the rights to it, which I don't know if it's legal or not, but it's super clever if it is legal.
Insanely clever. So here's what's happened now. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo. FSU and Georgia have canceled a home and are working on a neutral site game. Dellinger goes on to announce or to report the announcement comes on the heels of the Duke Amazon deal, an agreement that many administrators believe may pave the way for them to hold similar one-off neutral site games outside of their conference media rights contract.
Okay.
So if Duke ends up and we'll as more things come out about it, like maybe we should get someone on the show to talk about it, to be frank, because this isn't necessarily my area of expertise.
Than us.
I mean, low key. I mean, this is the whole business side of the deals. I mean, I like watching the games. I don't really like reading, legislation and whatnot. But anyway,
I just like making fun of stuff.
Yeah, we're pretty good at that. For being honest. It's super clever, man. Like we've had these discussions before where it's like you got to get creative and you got to do some different things and you got to be willing to, kind of bend the envelope in a way to the point where you just got to find some advantages for yourself. And I think it's very clever. Duke, a very smart school, by the way, goes ahead and says, yeah, I mean, does anybody really own these? like, does anybody really own these? And can we own them ourselves and sell them ourselves and make a deal ourselves? I think it's very, very clever. And now let's see what happens. Now, at the same time, could this be something that maybe gets teams back into doing more tougher non-con games? Because let's be real, Nebraska isn't going to be able to sell them versus Bowling Green, to Netflix or whomever it might be for an extra deal of financial gain, right? You're going to have to sell power non-con games on neutral sites in order to do this. If this becomes a trend, this could be a way where you now start balancing is it better to not play as difficult teams in your non-con schedule and lead up to your 9-game conference schedule where you're already going to play a fairly difficult schedule? Or do we need the money? And do we say, all right, we're back in on doing a more challenging non-conference schedule, a non-conference game against a power conference opponent in order for to sell it, whether it be on a neutral site. So I think that this is wildly, wildly interesting. Still waiting on Ross to update us on the College Sports Commission and whether or not the
Come on,
NIL
Ross.
What's going on?
Didn't they have 5 days after?
That's what it was. That's what it said in the report. I have no idea. So we will wait and see. Hey, pretty big news in college basketball. Iowa State star transfer forward Milan Momcilovic recently completed a Zoom meeting with Kentucky. The Wildcats have
what
not.
What does that mean?
the Wildcats have not had a good transfer portal cycle, and people are pretty upset with Mark Pope.
Well, they're ready to burn that place to the ground.
Momcilovic is awesome. And if he were not to go in the NBA draft, he's a consensus top 3 guy in the transfer portal. Be a big pickup for Kentucky if they were able to get that.
You might see some guys sit out this draft because it's pretty top heavy, right? Am I mistaken? Or is next year the top heavy one?
You know what? Oh, no. This is a competitive draft.
Yeah.
There are guys who would have, well, I guess Cooper.
You can call me wrong if I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong.
Okay.
I don't think, though, people are sitting out this draft because it's top heavy. I think people would just be sitting out this draft because if they're in the second round or back half of the first round, you can make more money.
Sure.
But this is a draft where, like AJ Dybanska is probably the number 1 pick in a lot of drafts, and he might not be the number 1 pick in this draft. This is a draft where Darren Peterson is probably a number 1 pick in a lot of drafts, and he may not be the number 1 overall pick. Same thing with Cam Boozer. So, the first 3 picks, a lot of people love Keenan Wagler. I would not draft Keenan Wagler. I'm just a little nervous about how his shot creating is going to turn out in the NBA, and I'd be very, very worried if that guy's progress gets kind of halted because he's going against a much more physical league than college sports. I would have went back to Illinois if I were the young man. That's just one guy's take, though. This is something that's kind of hit the Twitterverse right now. I'm just going to put my hand up and say, don't overreact. Okay.
he said, don't overreact.
Don't overreact.
Do a thing on Twitter. You're funny guy. Go ahead.
There was a report today from our favorite recruiting site, Rivals.
Timmy V?
Not Timmy V. But I believe Timmy V did.
Oh.
We're going to read a Timmy V tweet.
I know. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're going to read a Timmy V tweet. Because Tim, but I mean, by the way, this has been on my radar. We've talked about this all the way back in February, by the way. It's been on my radar for a bit. And it's definitely on Tim's radar. Here's the headline of Alan True. We're just going to call him Alan True, is the writer for Rivals. Ohio State making run at Nebraska quarterback commit Trey Taylor. Ohio State is looking to add another quarterback to their 2027 class, True writes, and a target they have been honed in on is Nebraska commit Trey Taylor. Taylor's camp tells Rivals the Buckeyes were recently at Mundelein, Illinois, Carmel Catholic, ESCC, shout out. Quarterbacks coach Billy Fessler is in. They have also been in conversations with head coach Ryan Day. Ryan Day's son, RJ, has been playing in the OT7 events, which Taylor has also played in, allowing Day and his staff to get extended looks at Taylor. Rivals director of recruiting, Steve Wiltfong, confirmed the Buckeyes' interest in Taylor and will document the Buckeyes' quarterback recruiting situation in an upcoming piece. Trey has been very clear with Ohio State that he is not taking any other visits, his father, J.R. Taylor, said. He did confirm that the Buckeyes are actively pursuing his son and that he is a high priority target for them. The family also communicated with Nebraska immediately upon finding out the Buckeyes would be coming into the school and have been transparent with the staff. Nebraska was also at Carmel Catholic recently. Okay. Here's why I say not to overreact. If you're Ohio State, why wouldn't you do this? If you are a high-level college program that has done winning at a very, very high level over the last couple of years, a la and some of these schools that I'm going to mention already have their quarterbacks figured out, but I'm just using them as examples. If you are a Oregon or a Georgia or a Ohio State or a Michigan or maybe even a USC with Lincoln Riley, why wouldn't you make a run at Trey Taylor? Because you look at Trey Taylor and you go, wow, we could provide him with something that Nebraska doesn't have. That's a pretty easy pitch to make. Hey, Trey, we can also give you money and we can also put you in a program where you're going to have, where we've won, where we've had NFL draft picks, where we've developed quarterbacks into first round quarterbacks, where if you're Ohio State, look at all the wide receivers, all the talent that we've had, all the talent that you can end up throwing to. Look at the situation. Why, if you are a top program that has a tremendous amount of success over the last couple of years in college football, I think Trey Taylor, why wouldn't you make a run? Why wouldn't you call him and be like, hey, We know you really like Nebraska. We know you really like Matt Rule, but we've actually done a lot of the things that they're promising that can happen, right? They're telling you that one day you can win at Nebraska and that you will go ahead and develop into an NFL quarterback and that you will have weapons to throw to. They can tell you all of that, but we could show you all of that. We could show you CJ Stroud. We could show you Justin Fields. We can show you the fact that Julian Sayin is going to get drafted, So like they can tell you, oh, you're the one and you can be it, but we actually have the proof. So the fact that, JR, Trey's dad, has made it very clear that they're not taking any visits and they're not talking to anybody. I mean, obviously it's something that a lot of people will talk about and I'm sure that there will be reactions and there will be more updates on these stories and we'll continue to talk about it, but it's not something that I'm necessarily freaking out about. If he makes
we're not freaking out about this.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay.
If he takes a visit, yes.
That's when, okay.
That's when you're like, uh-oh, this could be tough. But until that point, and if they continue to stand strong on the fact that, and I mean, Trey's actions, you got to be careful here.
You really do. Minefield.
Trey's actions he has done nothing but communicate to you that he wants to go to Nebraska and he wants to play at Nebraska.
He seems
like
all in doesn't seem like enough.
No, he's not at all. And
I mean, he's going to come to a high school in a different state for his senior year of high school.
Yes, literally.
Like
his family.
That's a commitment.
So, you can have your opinions on how he communicates to people and the normalcy of it and everything like that.
I have no opinions on it.
Neither do I. But he has shown you that he doesn't want to do anything but play quarterback at Memorial Stadium. Like there has not been one inkling, one iota, one shred of at least public evidence that isn't to be the case when it comes to him and his current commitment to Nebraska. So this is not, I honestly, this does not shock me. I think that this is something that maybe you could even say you've seen coming because Ohio State's been very active in their 2027 quarterback situation. And once again, if you see a prospect that you really like and they're committed somewhere, but you believe that you can give them something that their current commitment cannot, why would you not offer them that? Timmy V tweets, Tim Verghese, at Tim Verghese on Twitter.
Friend of this show.
In regards to Trey Taylor, Tim says, situation worth monitoring, but Taylor is still on track to move to Omaha for his senior year. Very little cause for concern at this point, I'm told. But you can't exactly shrug your shoulders at Ohio State's presence in any recruitment. I think that is the most concise and beautiful way of putting it. Am I pressing the panic button? Absolutely not. But if the snowball continues to roll down the hill, I think that this would be a massive blow if Nebraska were to have a great 2027 recruiting class, just in part because they've put so much effort and they've put so much stock into the 2027 recruiting class and they've really delved into it and they've created momentum and hope from some of the commitments that they have and some of the commitments that they're eventually going to get. This 2027 recruiting class has really been an emphasis for Nebraska. And if they were to lose, what I would consider their prize commit in Trey Taylor, that would be very tough for this program. No doubt about it. And, obviously there's a lot riding on the 26th season because, it's easier. I think that this is just an objective point. If Nebraska has a very successful 2026 season and they're able to point to the proof of concept, it's going to be more manageable to get some of these guys in 2027 to commit to you, right? What is it easier to do? Commit to an 8-4 team or a 4-8 team? It's very simple answer.
Matt, you're thinking macro. You need to think micro. They will be outside in the parking lot with torches and pitchforks if this happens. We won't be able to walk to our cars.
Yeah, but then wouldn't we kind of, in a way, like, we always kind of be like, well, I mean, I don't think he was going to be that good anyway.
Didn't want him. Bum.
Yeah. Well, but if you're not going to commit, you're not going to commit. You know, we want guys who want to be here. He clearly didn't want to be here. He just used Nebraska for clout. That would be the spin zone. Come on, guys. We've done this song and pony show plenty of times before. We have. All right, let's talk about a show that turned into a pony show yesterday. Put some respect on Charles Barkley's name, for goodness sake. We talk about that next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, don't forget to go to 1620thezone.com. We got a plethora of different contests that you can enter to win tickets to the following: George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the Yachtly Crew, the Black Keys, the Young Giant, and Chris Stapleton, along with Burt Kreischer, all varying whether it be in Lincoln or in Omaha. Go to 1620thezone.com, enter in there to potentially win some tickets for those events. And also, while you're already at 1620thezone.com, just scroll a little bit more and enter in to our Peak Playoffs giveaway. The winner will receive a $250 gift card to Twin Peaks. Also, I want to remind you to text in to the Zone text line 402-951-1620, brought to you by Prairie Flower Casino. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. We've been using Twitter a lot today, reading a lot of different tweets and articles and whatnot from that site. Don't forget, if you ever want to tweet at us, at Matt McMedia, at Producer Josh. That's all brought to you by the Zone Twitter feed, which is powered by Liquid Trucking. All righty. Let's talk about Charles Barkley, everybody's favorite topic. I just want to bring this up because I love the show and I love Charles. And obviously, ever since ESPN bought or got the rights to Inside the NBA, it has not been the same. And in part because it's just they have not given the structure that show needs to be successful. Yet, despite the fact that they are not nearly as long form media as they once were, and there are way too many commercials and they're not given enough time slot, they still have had some memorable moments. And they had a memorable moment yesterday, but for all the wrong reasons. And I think like Inside the NBA has always been awesome because you have three guys who clearly have a really good relationship together, who have some really good chemistry, but there's a tremendous amount of love and respect between Kenny the Jet Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, and Charles Barkley. And they can joke with each other and they can say, hey, there's going to be some furniture moving, and they can get into a fight. But at the end of the day, you know, Shaq has said on the air so many times how much he loves Charles and how much he loves Kenny, and vice versa from all those dudes. And so Inside the NBA works because you have three respectable basketball players all in their own right who are willing to jab at one another, but they take it in jest and they take it in stride, and it's fun and it's funny and it's a great kind of they all have a different thing that they can pin their hat on, right? Shaq can go and look at them and be like, I'm a top 10 player of all time, I'm great. And Charles can go, well, you're fat and you can't make free throws, you know? And, you know, Shaq is pretty sensitive, so he gets upset about that. And, you know, Kenny can look at Chuck and be like, well, I got rings and you don't. And Chuck could be like, you've never made an all-star team. You were trash. You're a bench player. I'm a Hall of Famer. And Shaq can look at Kenny and be like, yeah, he's kind of right. You know, and both those guys can look at Charles and be like, oh, you never won a ring. But I think that like the whole Charles and Galveston and San Antonio and Churros and, you know, all the never winning a ring and the Champions Club and everything like that, who he played for.
Dirty ass water.
Like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's great and he's awesome and he's super entertaining. But I feel like we've forgotten that this MFer was like a top 25 player of all time.
Yeah.
I feel like we've forgotten that this guy was an 11-time All-Star, that this guy was, you know, he was on the 1992 Dream Team for a reason. He was one of the better players on that team. Like, Charles Barkley is a all-time NBA player. And, you know, I don't think he minds it, but he's turned into more of like, oh, that's the guy who never won a ring and makes all the funny jokes on TV. No, that guy was an MFer, okay? And
he's the guy messing with Spike Lee in the Capital One commercials.
And I think, though, Ernie and Shaq and Kenny have all done a good job throughout this entire run to remind people, hey, Shaq was Charles was the dude. Chuck was the round mound and rebound. He was the guy. He was a legitimate he was a Hall of Famer. He was awesome. And this is why it's not going to work with Draymond Green on Inside the NBA. Because you cannot lose that respect. You cannot lose that camaraderie. And yesterday, Draymond Green said this thing that baffled me.
Listen, sports are for young people. You hope to have a great long career, but sports, nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I didn't want to hear if he believes what you're talking.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it. I mean, so, you know, we're always going to try to compete. When you win championships, the goal will always be to try to reach that level.
Good press by Kenny.
What's
that look like?
I think Kenny was trying to press him to make it more like a joke.
Oh, I think he wanted. You need to clarify right now.
Yeah.
If you're joking,
you're being serious.
Yeah.
And when Draymond Green doubled down and said, "Did you see it?" Yeah, I saw it. That didn't become a joke anymore. That became disrespectful when you go, "We're not trying to be like you when you were in the end of your career," because that looked terrible. Let me just real quick to clarify some things here. Charles Barkley in his last 4 seasons in Houston averaged 19 points, 15 points, 16 points, and 14 points. Draymond Green's last 4 seasons in Golden State, 8 points, 8 points, 9 points, 8 points. Okay.
Now do I don't know, how do the rebounds compare?
Oh yeah, real quick. Charles Barkley, 9.5, 8, 8, 7. Draymond Green, 6, 5, 5, 4. Okay. So do you know who's a better player than you right now? Charles Barkley in Houston. Real quick, let's just get
Barkley was the third option on those Rockets teams.
Yeah, with great point. Let's continue here, by the way, too. Charles Barkley all-time points, averages. 22 points per game, 11.7 rebounds per game, 3.9 assists per game. In Charles Barkley's career, he had 23,757 points, 12,546 rebounds, and 4,215 assists. Draymond Green, for example, had 8.7 points per game, 6.8 rebounds per game, 5.5 assists per game in his career. His totals are 8,235 points, 6,462 rebounds, and 5,324 assists. Charles Barkley has scored 14,522 more points than Draymond Green. He has rebounded the ball 6,122 more times. Okay. Charles Barkley also has, we all talk about, how great Draymond is at defense. Charles Barkley has 1,648 steals to Draymond Green's 1,244. Okay. So you don't want to look like Charles did in Houston? Brother, statistically, you never did. I mean, let's just be real. Mm-hmm. Charles Barkley's last 4 years in Houston, he averaged more points and more assists than Draymond did in his Defensive Player of the Year season and in the year that he was probably at his peak in 2015, 2016. So be very, very careful when you're disrespecting one of the greatest players of all time and one of the most beloved TV characters, Draymond, because they are gifting Draymond Green a chance to slide into one of the most successful paneled professional sports shows of all time. They are giving him the runway to be the next guy up for inside the NBA. And you do stuff like that, and you go, and Kenny tries to press you and be like, what does that look like? And you make it very clear what you're trying to get across. You got to be careful, my man.
So that's where, like, my frustration about this whole thing is compounded, is because clearly he is the net when they need a guy on that desk, whoever the next one to walk away is, will be replaced by Draymond Green, clearly.
What would Draymond Green have been if he wasn't drafted to the Golden State Warriors?
Great question. But my frustration gets compounded when Draymond is inevitably going to be asked about this. And he'll say, well, isn't that the point of the show, is real conversation? And I'm the guy who says isn't that why you guys love Barkley? Because he says the thing that ticks everyone off. That's all I did.
I think what he might end up doing, and this is just the type of guy he is, and by the way, what he's shown to be, he might just be like, well, I won championships. You guys can talk about all the points and the stats and everything like that and the totals. I won championships. So that might be his argument. But like, all right,
cost your team championships too.
Can I give you, so Draymond Green, 8.7 points per game, 6.8 rebounds per game, 5.5 assists per game. He's a 4-time All-Star. Can I give you a player A, a random player, and you have to guess who that person is?
Oh, okay. This will make me look like an idiot, which is great for the audience.
This is a player that played the relatively the same position as Draymond Green. He was in the same conference.
Okay. Same
also.
era.
His official time playing was 2002 to 2018.
Oh God.
Okay.
Okay.
This player.
That's a long time. Wow.
This player is a 2-time All-Star and the 2004 Most Improved Player of the Year. Okay.
Okay.
Draymond Green averaged 8.7 points per game, 6.8 rebounds, 5.5 assists. This player averaged 16.6 points per game, 9.1 rebounds per game, and 1.8 assists per game. Who is this player? 16.5 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists. Draymond Green is going to probably go to the Hall of Fame. This player is definitely not.
Zadrunas Zilgauskas.
This is Zach Randolph.
Zach Randolph?
Zach Randolph averaged double Draymond Green's career points.
Zach Randolph?
Had 3 more rebounds and 3 less assists. I think
Fun Zach Randolph story. He had a kid commit to Iowa Western to play football very briefly.
Oh, really?
And we
you met Zebo?
I didn't meet him, but we priced out headbands as a giveaway.
That's awesome. But I'm just telling you, man, like this is one of those things where it's like I'm cool with Draymond standing on business and him talking about his career and the type of player he thinks he is. But you just don't do that at the expense of a guy who is way better than you. Way better than you. And you have never even come close to being Charles Barkley. And let's be real. What is Draymond Green's career if he got drafted to the New Orleans Pelicans? What is Draymond Green's career if he got drafted to the Memphis Grizzlies? What is Draymond Green's career if he got drafted to the Atlanta Hawks?
I mean, it's obviously not as good because he's had a great career. And
I mean, yeah,
but those Warriors teams were so good on offense that he could focus solely on defense. He
got drafted into the perfect role exactly for him. Like you said, he could focus on defense. No one was really threatened by him on offense. And all he had to do, I don't want to say all he had to do, but a big part of his job, was clearing things out for Steph Curry, setting a lot of screens, and just not being a detriment to them on offense while also being great defensively. Charles Barkley had to carry so much more of the load than Draymond Green had to carry. And Draymond Green has won NBA championships with the one he won in 2015, 3 Hall of Famers were on that team. The one he won in 2017, 4 Hall of Famers were on that team. The one he won in 2018, 4 Hall of Famers along with him were on that team, right? And by the way, he ran one of those Hall of Famers out in Kevin Durant. Draymond's the reason KD left, all right? And they win one in 2022. Jordan Poole was a massive reason as to why they won that title. And Jordan Poole was viewed as the guy, all right, he's the next one up. He could potentially rise to the point where he could continue to have this thing going. Guess who sucker punched him? And effectively, Draymond Green basically ended Jordan Poole's career.
When you hear the name Draymond Green, and I think I know what your answer is going to be, but I'm also asking this to the audience. Do you think top 10 defender of all time, Dennis Rodman of his time, or do you think guy who kicks other people in the nuts, technical fouls galore, punch Jordan Poole in the face? Like, what do you think of first? I think of the antics more than the game.
Oh, I think of the game more than the antics, but I also just think about just how fortunate he was to be in the position he was. I think that Draymond Green is a beneficiary more than he is, a top contributor. Like, okay, you take away Stephen Curry from Draymond Green's career. Does Draymond Green have the career that he has? No. But if you take away Draymond Green's career from Stephen Curry, you take Draymond Green away, does Stephen Curry still have the career he has?
Certainly could.
I mean, it's way more difficult to replace basically what I'm asking you is, are you replacing what could be the greatest point guard of all time? Or are you going to replace somebody who is definitely not a top 75 player of all time?
I mean, just strikes me as a classic, like, love him when he's on your team guy, hate him when he's on.
But we're even getting to the point where I don't know this for sure, but I wouldn't be shocked if Golden State Warrior fans are sick of him. I mean, he's been more of a problem than the solution over the last couple of years in Golden State. Granted, to be fair, they won one in 2022. That is always the trump card. You know, that will always be the trump card for that entire dynasty, and especially Steph Curry's career.
Late stage title. You don't often get that.
By the way, winning the 4th title, that is really like there's a difference. There's a big difference between being a 2-time champion and a 1-time champion, but I would even go as far to make the argument there's an even bigger difference between being a 4-time champion and a 3-time champion.
And he's a 4-timer.
He is a 4-time champion. I think Draymond Green is a Hall of Famer. I think Draymond Green is a great defender. I think Draymond Green was vital to that Golden State dynasty. But at the same time, I mean, you just to disrespect Charles Barkley like that was a choice. Was a definite choice. And to not be self-aware of the fact that you are an incredible beneficiary from the environment that you were put in, and you've been given so much leeway in your career, to just be completely naive to that is a choice. And I am totally allowed to judge you based on those choices.
I would also just kind of throw into the conversation, this feels like one of those things we care about more than Charles Barkley cares about.
You know what? I don't know. Because the fact that Charles didn't say anything on the set, I wouldn't be surprised if there was an actual conversation backstage, which is probably the scariest thing to think about in terms of that. Coming up next, we continue to talk about things that were big in the 90s and in the 80s and in the 70s. It's This Week in Women's History. Coming up next here on Middays with Matt. want to go to the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed here. Austin Jacobson hasn't tweeted at us, but he's just tweeting right now. And
right now,
we just have to keep our guests on our toes. We'll have somebody from KETV on at 1:20. By the way, we don't know who. I think this is
great.
Yeah, we'll just figure it out.
Wacky guest Thursday.
Honestly, I think we should just call one of them and just be like, "Hey, you want to come on?
You want to talk?
You want to talk?
What are you doing?
We're trying to get the new guy on. He's like the hardest get we've ever had.
Well, he's the new guy. They've needed a new guy for a while, so they're clearly just dumping their work on him.
By the way, should I have him on and I look at him and I go, "You'll never be Satilli." That'd be so rude.
It would, but it'd be funny.
It'd be so funny.
It'd
the
be great to
numbers.
watch.
Austin tweets.
Hi, Austin.
Yeah, he's not tweeting at us. I think he's probably going to get told, "Hey, by the way, they talked about you on the midday show out of nowhere."
He's listening.
Austin says, 13 hours and 16 minutes into my current fast. My thoughts have never been clearer. I'm currently unlocking parts of my mind that I never thought were possible before. What is he, becoming Molly from that one Morgan Freeman, Scarlett Johansson movie? You seen that one where the woman unlocks more of her brain? It's kind of a play off the Limitless movie with Bradley Cooper.
Was that Lucy?
Lucy. It was Lucy. Mm-hmm. Have you seen that one?
I actually haven't.
Should
I? Is it good?
No, I haven't seen it. I just know that that's the plot of the movie.
90 minutes. That's a good time for a movie.
I'm seeing more and more videos and pictures of Morgan Freeman. He's a little bit out there, a little bit more.
Is he?
Man, he's looking old.
I mean, he's 88.
I know.
He'll be 89 in less than a month.
But he looked so good for so long,
Sure,
and now
sure.
the age is kind of starting to catch up to old Morgan Freeman, who's incredible. By the way, 13 hours and 16 minutes into my current fast. Austin tweets this at 9:47 a.m. Let's just do some math here.
So he ate dinner. And
He ate dinner. His last meal would be at 8:31 p.m. So he ate dinner. He went. By the way, that's a late dinner.
Mm-hmm. Oh, those youngs.
Yeah, I eat dinner at like 9 o'clock.
Whoa.
No, that's really bad for me. He ate dinner at 8:30 and then he hasn't eaten breakfast. He's just skipped breakfast. What is clearing your mind about that? I don't know. That's clearly just a joke. We're going to joke about it with him tomorrow when he comes on the show at 1 o'clock. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This week in women's history.
That's right.
Let's do it. This is a weekly segment where Josh Hodson goes through and gives me names of women throughout my time or throughout our time that I was not alive to see, where he educates me on the great things that they did in society that I should know as a young man. Okay? These are women that I unfortunately were not alive to embrace and appreciate their work. But now, retroactively, through the guidance of Mr. Josh Hodson, who was there for all of it, we make a wrong a right. We talk about women throughout the decades.
That's right.
Who was our first lady?
Well, last week on this segment, we brought up the name Mia Hamm, and you were unfamiliar with the work of Mia Hamm.
Yes, I was.
So let's educate you on Mia Hamm.
Mia Hamm.
You look her up. I'll rattle off the accolades. 4-time national champion in college, 2-time U.S. National Player of the Year, 2-time World Cup champion, 2-time Olympic gold medalist.
Married to John?
No.
Oh, okay.
A silver medalist. Let's see, 6-time ESPY award winner.
Whoa, 6-time ESPY award winner?
Yeah.
That's a lot of ESPYs.
Doctor of Humanities at Princeton.
Good Lord, she's smart too. Good for her.
Yeah.
Mia Hamm, great soccer player. Number 2, who's our next woman?
Yesterday when talking with Jack Mitchell.
Yes.
The reality television show The Real World came up.
Yeah, I'd never heard of it before.
You had never heard of it before, to the disgust of everyone listening over the age of 30.
A lot of people were very upset about that.
And it was a big deal for us. It's not a big deal anymore. I totally get why you haven't heard of it. But the name I'm going to go with here is Trishelle. I believe it's Canatella would be the last name.
Trishelle Canatella?
Oh, that's right. Going back to Mia Hamm, Platcat brings up, that's Nomar Garcia-Parra's wife.
Oh, Nomar. They still married?
Right. I don't think so.
What's her name? Trishelle.
How
How do I spell that?
Trish.
Oh, I see. Canatella.
Yeah.
What a beautiful last name. And whoa. Okay. Yeah.
That's the exact reaction we thought we'd.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay. The Real World, the challenge. Okay. And what did she do on the Real World?
I mean, what anyone does on the I guess if you're not familiar with the show, you might not be familiar with what people do on the Real World.
No, what do they do on the Real World?
They put you in a house. It was the first reality show.
It was like Love Island?
No, it was 7. Well, I mean, inadvertently, 7 people moved into a house together.
Good God.
And they just lived. They just lived their life. They had a job. They came home. It turned into, hey, let's pump these people full of alcohol so they'll make some bad decisions. Trishelle often refused to wear clothes.
Okay.
On her season. I believe her season was Vegas, right? Chad?
Yeah, it was Vegas.
That was a particularly debaucherous season of the Real World.
Did she marry anybody from this Real World?
She married a man by the name of John Hens.
Oh, is he famous?
I don't know. I'm looking it up.
Yeah, I could see why she was a very famous reality TV star back in the day.
Yeah.
Wow.
A fighter pilot. She's married to a fighter pilot.
You know what? A fighter pilot would marry Trishelle. Like that's the type of man that definitely would put a ring on her finger. My goodness. She still doing anything nowadays? She's still famous?
I don't think so. It looks like she tried to be a professional poker player.
She looks like the type of person that we're going to cut down to the sideline for her to talk about Oregon versus Ohio State.
Before that was a job, Matt, a lot of people went on the Real World.
Just saying. Let's just be real.
That's
the all-American girl, Trishelle Cantanella, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay, what's the next one?
I love that that's just an untapped well that I can just dip into every week of
Canatella.
Hotties from the Real World.
Whoa, that's not the segment.
Important contributors.
This is ridiculous.
This
is not a crass hot or not segment.
It's not.
This is I now know who Trishelle Cantanella is.
It's important that you know who that person is.
Is Brooke Shields doing anything nowadays still? Does she have a movie coming out?
She pops up like in cameo appearances in movies a lot. Like, oh, look, they got Brooke Shields. Good for her.
Great for them, you mean?
Yeah.
You mean great for them?
Yeah, absolutely.
What is our next woman?
Beverly Mitchell.
You don't see a lot of women with the first name Beverly.
That's
anymore.
right.
Beverly Mitchell.
Beverly Mitchell.
Okay.
One of the stars of the WB UPN, whatever you want to call it, CW series, Seventh Heaven. She played Jessica Biel's sister.
I know Jessica Biel.
Yeah. Jessica Biel got her start on Seventh Heaven, which was a family drama. It skewed to a Christian morals side of things. And then it turned out the dad/pastor on the show was not a good person.
Oh, who was he?
He was, I'll look it up here.
Wow, she did that show for 11 years.
Stephen Collins. Yes, it was wildly popular.
And then she did like other movies, but she never did anything other than this.
She was in Saw 2.
Wait, she was the runner-up in Worst Cooks in America, 2026.
Okay, that feels like something she would participate in.
She was on the reality on season 30 of Worst Cooks in America. She also was on Special Forces, World's Toughest Test.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty recent show. Yeah.
My goodness. Okay, so she was just a one-time, long-time Seventh Heaven. Would I like this show?
Do you like overly schmaltzy like? Okay, no, you wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't like this. No, I would not. Okay,
you know, all the kids learned a lesson at the end, but it was a family drama, so it felt a little more real than like Full House.
Do we have one more? You have one more prepared for me here?
I do.
Okay,
Linda Fiorentino.
Great name. Fiorentina.
Yeah.
Oh, she looks like Gina Carano.
She does look like Gina Carano, yes. I imagine they competed for a lot of the same roles.
The Last Seduction?
Whoa. Most people know her from Dogma or Men in Black.
Oh, what was she in Men in Black?
She was Laurel, the her and Will Smith partnered up for a lot of
Oh, really?
the missions in that movie while they were
She
trying to
really
save Tommy Lee
this
Jones.
this is a woman of the 90s.
Yes. Yes.
This is your stereotypical, your prototypical famous woman of the 90s.
Tall, thin, dark hair.
Oh, she looks like the girl from Legally Blonde. Was she in Legally Blonde? You know, the actor, the person who's beefing with Al?
She was not in Legally Blonde.
But she was in a Beyond the Law. She looks like a lawyer, you know?
Yes,
She gives
I
me
don't
the
think she
lawyer
actually
look.
was on a weekly television show about lawyers, but she could have been.
She could have been.
Absolutely.
Easily could have been. Great job.
Thank you.
Great
Thank
job.
you.
Learned a lot. Learned a lot today.
It's
Linda
important.
Florentina. Incredible stuff. Coming up next, let's talk about the NFL. What a clean segue into our next segment here on 1620 The Zone. All right, new segment.
New segment
Where we go back and I'm just gonna randomly pick an article. Okay, I picked it. Okay, I've just randomly picked this article from April 23rd, 2026. Okay. Just a random pick. Okay, cool. This is from the Patriot. This is from the masslive.com about the Patriots, right? Let's see here. The first opening lines of this article. When Page Six originally printed photographs of Mike Vrabel and reporter Diana Rossini at a couples-only resort in Arizona, the Patriots coach blasted the story. Vrabel told Page Six, "These photos show a complete innocent interaction, and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve my response." Oh, okay. That's it. That's our new segment where I just pick a random article and just read it. Oh, let's go to the Liquid Zone, the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed here. This is interesting. I have a tweet from our very dear friend Josh Peterson. Josh has tweeted at me and said, at Matt McMedia, "Okay, I'm officially on the he won't coach them this season bandwagon." Oh, well, what is he referring to? Well, he's quote tweeted this tweet from TMZ that shows Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel video of the two heading out to their Tennessee boat day while Diana Rossini was very much pregnant. There is now a video after yesterday TMZ reported that they have found documentation that Mike Vrabel, while Diana Rossini was pregnant, went on a boat with her in Tennessee. There's now video of them walking to said boat. The slow drip of this faucet, which is the Rossini and Vrabel files, whatever the hell we're calling it, is quite remarkable.
Okay, I'm watching this video. Yeah, feels like just forcing a comment from Mike Vrabel about this that will inevitably he'll say something again where it's like, this is, I've never
been more embarrassed.
I've never bought flowers for anyone before. I don't know what you're talking. And then here's a video of him buying flowers. Like, they're trying to get him to deny something, and they'll counter it with, "Oh yeah."
So since the original pictures, we have had the Biloxi, Mississippi gambling photo.
Mm-hmm.
We've had the Tribeca bar photo. We have had now the boat documentation photo, now followed up by the boat video. This is something. This is quite something, and it just seems like it's never ending.
You rent boats with people you cover,
right? No, I've rent boats before.
You and Rhonda Revelle got a boat.
No, God, no! Do not put it out there that he and Rhonda have rented out a boat together. Okay. No, I've never rented out a boat with anybody.
I'm just saying you can.
Who clearly. I cover. I mean, no one knows how far journalistic integrity goes anymore. But apparently,
get the story. You want to cover these people and their day-to-day lives.
According to I love the tweets though, that every time you see it, they're like, "Yeah, this Rossini stuff definitely isn't the best, but you know, it looks like a paper cut compared to what Adam Schefter does." It's a tough industry. It's a very competitive industry.
How about both are bad?
Maybe that might be the case. We have some breaking news. We don't have to play the button. The NCAA committees vote to expand men's, women's basketball tournaments to 76 teams, effective for the 2026-2027 season.
That's this season.
We've officially expanded the NCAA tournament field. Once again, why? Just why? Why do we have to? Why do we have to do that? John Calipari said, "If it ain't broke, don't fix it." Matt Painter said in an Athletic article, "My knee-jerk reaction is I don't like it." I don't know, man. Like, I just don't really understand. Like, 64 was great, 68 was perfect, 76. I just don't know what we're at. Like, what are we outside of the NCAA? Obviously, adding some leverage and extra games to their NCAA tournament package, which, by the way, their TV deal is up in 2032. I think that's a notable timestamp there. Outside of that, it's just I understand you want more money, but it's like, does this make the tournament better? No. To me, I've always thought in terms of playoff expansion, and I'm very much a anti-playoff expansion human. Playoff expansion to me has always been rooted in, okay, are there teams that legitimately have the potential to win a championship that because of an old format is no longer being available to do that, right? When we expand, the reason why we went from 2 teams to 4 teams was because logically we said, well, the top 4 teams can win a national title. And sometimes things can come up to chance in terms of when we're picking who plays in the BCS. So let's go from 2 to 4. And then we expanded from 4 to 12 because of the same concept. Hey, this is getting kind of tough to pick some of these teams. There are teams that deserve to be in this field that could win a national championship. Let's go from 4 to 12. And then I don't like going from 12 to 24 because how many more teams were not in that pool who could have won a national championship? It's the same thing with the NCAA tournament. How many more teams, like you're saying that the 69 through 76 teams had a chance at winning the NCAA championship? No, that's just not the case. And to me, you water down the product and you lessen the accomplishment and importance of making the NCAA tournament. And, it's one of those, I understand the money argument, but why affect such a great product for such little gain in terms of
So when this started bubbling up, I saw a tweet, and I wish I could credit the person. One of the college basketball coverers in this great nation of ours said this tournament succeeds because of the bracket. Filling out a bracket in your office. If you now have to fill in your bracket on there's 6 games Tuesday night. I need your bracket Tuesday.
Great point.
And if the bracket isn't, as black and white, and if it's a little confusing for people who don't follow the sport, it checks them out. If they only have 24 hours to fill out this bracket, it checks them out. Like you're not going to lose casuals. You're not going to lose diehards. Like they'll tout, ratings are up 18% over whatever. But you're going to lose Debian accounts.
You are.
That's not who they're going for. I get it. But
it's
a cultural touchstone.
But you should be going
that
for
Thursday, Friday.
You should be going for those people. You should be, catering towards the fact that what's going to happen this year is people are going to get a piece of paper and they're going to be like, oh, why are there a bunch of extra boxes? This is kind of weird.
Why is all this? Who goes where?
Why is the font smaller? What's going on?
There's a reason we don't fill out brackets for the Sun Belt tournament or the West Coast tournament because it's like, well, why does that team get 6 buys?
I just don't understand why you're complicating something that doesn't need to be complicated. Why are you trying to change something that is adamantly perfect? It is you go from 64 to 32 to 16 to 8 to 4 to 2 to 1. It's great. Okay. And now I don't even know how it's going to work. What, you go 76 to 64?
The vernacular we use for the tournament's going to change a little bit. And just put some patches on the jersey or something.
Thank God Nebraska basketball won their game before this.
Absolutely.
Be like, well, they never won. Can you imagine Nebraska basketball, the only team to never win an NCAA tournament game in the 68-team field?
Yeah.
That'd be tough.
Can't.
Got that out of the way.
I've joked around with Nebraska ball before, but I don't want that for them.
Well,
that would have been hell.
We avoided it.
Yeah.
Mark Few told CBS Sports, I am adamantly opposed. It's totally unnecessary. Few continued, it's dumbing down the regular season. We're out here trying to generate more interest in the regular season, and expansion doesn't help. That's where we've been struggling. Plus, the tournament unit shares what's happening there. Don't screw something when you already know it's great. The tournament is great as it is. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Here's what Dan Hurley says. What I think makes the tournament special is the qualification for it. You don't want the regular season to be rendered meaningless and to take away from November, December, January, February. The qualification process makes the regular season intense and pressure-packed. It should be a privilege to play in the tournament, not a right. And obviously, if it expands too much and you don't have to have a real good season to make it, it would take away from the tournament. Does it get too big? ? He could not be more right. Like the difficulty, it's hard to make the NCAA tournament. Isn't it awesome, by the way, that you can have a 68-team playoff and yet it's still difficult to make?
Yeah.
Isn't it odd? Like that's the thing too, where it's like you hate being on the bubble, but at the same time, Nebraska was on that bubble, and it was kind of exciting to be like, hey man, this game at Penn State on a Tuesday in February really matters. When you now start allowing, like that was the number, and I grew up with Northwestern, right? They had never won a tournament, and the number was always if you could go 10-10 in the Big Ten. If you can go 500 in the Big Ten, you got a really good shot at making the NCAA tournament. That was kind of the standard for a lot of years. And now you don't even need to do that. Now it's like you could probably make it be a 9-11 or 8-12.
I don't know. Go over and win 2 games in the Big Ten tournament. There you go. That's the path of least resistance. Just get in.
I've never understood. I've never understood adjusting things that just don't need to be adjusted. And it benefits. Can I be real with you? It benefits nobody from a viewer perspective. Nobody is happy about. Have you seen one college basketball fan go, hell yeah, nice,
Seth Davis,
8 more teams, absolutely love it. By the way, even Indiana fans didn't want to see Indiana play in the NCAA tournament last year. Like that's another thing too, where it's like you get to the point where it's like we don't even deserve to be in this tournament. So I know why they did it. They did it for the money, but it's still the concept of, it's just we are way too much in the era where we are willing to dole things down and make things worse just for a little bit more green paper. And it's just now people do it without any sort of shame. We said this yesterday jokingly. Like during the crossover, it's almost like abnormal to not sell out at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost abnormal to actually be like, no, we're not going to take extra cash and we're going to do this because this is the way that people like it. And it's just a very frustrating viewing experience. And we are in a time where, I think your hope that your team can be competitive from sport to sport. You can make the argument that it's very high right now because of the portal, because of NIL, because of all those things. You can also make the argument too that it's super frustrating being a fan and just consistently there being made decisions and caveats and whatever it might be that you actively just don't support or don't like or don't agree with. And this is one of them where it's not even just the fan. Typically, sometimes we get fans saying, "Oh, I don't like this," and the coaches go, "Okay, hey, by the way, no. This is why we need it. This is why we're good. Let's take a step back." I mean, we got Dan Hurley being like, "You are watering down the regular season." You got Mark Few being like, "No, this is dumb. This is stupid. It was perfect the way that it is." John Calipari is saying, "Why fix something that's not broken?" And Matt Painter is saying, "Knee-jerk reaction. I don't like this at all." I mean, that's where we're at. I mean, this is one of those things where.
It's already a sport where the really good teams play each other in the non-con. So it's not like hey, we're kind of watering down the regular season, but that means like women's basketball got accused of this. Like, hey, like there's if you lose a top 10 versus top 10 game, there's really no punishment. So why don't you just give the fans a show? We're trying to grow the game here. Like men's, like UConn's still scheduling if you look at their non-con next year, they're scheduling like the elite of elite teams.
Yeah.
So it's not like we needed a jolt for this. Did
anybody want Auburn in the field last year? Because this basically
Bruce Pearl.
But like Auburn's point was look at how many good teams that we played that we lost to.
Mm-hmm.
And that was good. That would be good enough to get you in the tournament. Losing, they lose 15 games, they lost 14 games, 15 games, something like that. And their argument was we played such a tough schedule. Now in this format, that gets in.
That's
disgusting.
Why we lost, because we played so many tough teams.
Disgusting. Brad Underwood goes, indifference, don't understand. Why? Who is pushing this? If we want change, let's do it to blow the doors off financially. This doesn't move the needle at all. Not good for mid-majors, low majors at all. Underwood says, this makes as much sense as the fifth-year eligibility. None. Doesn't solve any of our issues. Izzo's the only one who was like, I understand it from both sides. He's in honestly, Tom is to the point where he's
what does
like,
Tom care?
What does Tom care? Mm-hmm. It's like, Tom could retire tomorrow and we'd all be like, good for you, brother. Thank you for everything. We'll see you later. It's just there's just no pot like you just can't really sit down in front of me and convince me as to why this is fun. This is going to be a great idea. From the 402.
Hi, 402.
Don't forget she named the baby that's in the video Michael.
That's right. That's right. Oh, what does it matter? It matters.
Yes, it does. The head coach of the team that was just in the Super Bowl, was in an alleged affair that continues to garner more and more momentum in terms of straight up proof with a reporter of the NFL. It is quite the story, and something that could lead to his no longer services being needed. Like Tomlin to the Patriots.
Whoa. I hadn't done the math on, well, who would replace him?
Give Gerard Mayo another shot. He's learned. Or Bill. Bring Bill back.
Bring Bill back.
We should do the coaching wheel for the New England Patriots.
Okay, that would be fun.
Condoleezza Rice.
Pros, cons, grade it.
Nebraska Softball currently in the Big Ten tournament, taking on Michigan, down 1-0.
What?
Yeah, Michigan is swing. It was just a straight up bunt. Got the runner on first, and now there is a rocket down the left field line. Tough cutoff there.
Jordy.
One run came to score. Yeah. I'd like to pretend like I'm an expert in softball, being like, she just doesn't have the stuff today. I don't know. They're just hitting the ball.
It's the top of the first, right?
Yeah, I know. She'll settle in. She'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Does this tournament really matter all that much anyway?
Ooh, asking the real questions. No outs?
There are no outs.
Okay.
Just gotta get out of it. All righty. We're going to talk to somebody from Gay TV.
Who?
I have no idea. We're going to have to figure it out. Coming out next here on Middays with Matt. You know, we joked that, hey, maybe like now that we have a pretty good withstanding relationship with KETV, that we don't tell any of the people that they're going to come on an interview with us. We just spin a wheel and we go, hey, your turn. This is today. You got to talk today. We joked about that. We kind of just did that with Mr. Andy Kendi of KETV, AK, on short rest coming out of the bullpen. How are you feeling?
Hey, I'm going to give it my all, brother. I'm it. Let's go. I'm actually driving in on my way into work, so this is good.
Oh, you're driving in your way. Okay. Do you have like something in the office that if like a big television office no, like don't heat up your lasagna in the eating area, or don't hog the coffee pot? Do you have a big office pet peeve?
Yeah, what's Bill Ranby do that pisses you off?
Yeah, that's a great question. What does Lauren do that really runs you up the wall?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Randy's separated. He's in the studio, so he's far away from us. Lauren does nothing that annoys me. That's for sure.
Wow.
No, she's
beg to differ.
I mean, no. Let's talk about the effort she put in yesterday. She went to Metro Track.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. That Metro Track meet, it's a cool thing. It's like in its 61st year. It's one of the longest standing track meets around, and oh my goodness, and there's so many stories and so many kids who participate in it. And Lauren texts me about 5, and she's like, "What are you thinking for 6?" And I tell her what I'm thinking, and then I'm like, "Hey, what are you thinking about packing this for 10?" And making a story out of it. That way you can get more kids in, you can get a couple interviews in. And she's like, "I'm game. Let's do it. Let's do it." And she put together that's the type of coworker she is, though. I mean, she's always up for whatever, and she's and she puts together some great work. So that was yesterday.
And how about the new guy? How about the new guy?
And the new guy, we got to teach him that the boss has very poor hearing, and so when he speaks in a very conversational tone, I always have to like stand up and I say, "Dude, I'm so sorry. You got to speak up. I don't hear well. It's like years of IFEs in the ear and the whole bit.
Dude,
I don't hear very well." And so he's learning my quirks and my addiction to Diet Coke, like all these little things he's getting to know.
Yeah.
But I would say the one thing you shouldn't do in the newsroom, or really any place of work, is if you have a microwave close, which we do, don't burn the popcorn. Just don't burn the popcorn.
We have lost our popcorn maker here in the office. She unfortunately she has gone off to other endeavors, and we don't have the person that typically makes the popcorn making the popcorn anymore, and we're very concerned. Josh, we're very concerned.
Incredibly, I mean
it's a staple of the office.
It doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is.
It's the biggest deal.
Yeah, I mean, it is true. Popcorn is the thing that makes the world go round. Probably one of the more underrated assets of a workplace environment. You got to have a good popcorn maker or a good popcorn, a facilitator close to where your workspace is.
Yes.
And I'll tell you though, it is an art. Once you hear that pop and pop or stop, you got to pull it. I don't care.
Couldn't agree more.
Microwave says 20. Yeah, don't get greedy. I see the clock says 25.
Yeah.
No, just stop it. Just don't get greedy. It'll pop after.
When you boil pasta, do you set a timer, or do you kind of stir and then you go ahead and you eat the pasta as you go?
That's me. I'm the latter guy.
Yeah.
I boil the taste.
I think it's principle. I just don't, and I don't even believe the timer either.
Yeah.
And I think also now, do you get the water boiling before you put the pasta in, or do you put it in right away?
Usually I do. No. Well, unless I'm really impatient. I used to as a younger lad just dump everything and boil. But you know what? With age, let's let it boil and then let's pop it in.
I think that's how I think I'm the same way as well. Or it's like you like in the younger time, it's just like I just want to get this thing going. You just want to get going.
Hey, I got something for you, man.
Go ahead.
I got something for you, brother. So tonight's the Boys Town Booster Banquet, right?
Okay,
so
love a banquet.
It's a pretty cool, very cool event. It raises money for a great cause. Boys Town obviously has been around forever. And tonight's speaker
which you near and dear to your heart, Anthony Rizzo of the Chicago New York Yankees. So he's going to be there, and I get to MC this thing tonight.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna what should you ask Anthony Rizzo, or what are you thinking? Do you have any questions you think you're gonna ask him?
I've got a laundry list of questions. Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, a lot of it, it's interesting because people obviously this town is very far from Chicago, but you take the Royals, and you can make the case there's as many Cubs fans.
I agree.
In the Omaha metro area than there is Royals fans, right?
Yeah.
So I think what people don't realize is how meaningful that 2016 Cubs team was to obviously Chicago and the Cubs fans, but everyone who follows baseball. And I'll still remember where I was. It's one of those. There's very few moments in sports that you remember where you were when the last, when that happened. And that's one of those moments. I could tell you where I was sitting in the newsroom watching, and then I called my dad, who's still with us, and he was basically in tears. So, I mean, it's one of those cool deals. It's one of those sports brings people together, and that Cubs team brought people together.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, literally, there are stories of that team healing relationships. I mean, seriously, there are funny stories of people who didn't talk to each other for years coming together to watch that team go and win. Here's two questions that let me just throw at you that maybe you ask him and you could get good answers.
Okay.
Number one would be, he had a very, his batting stance, his hands were really low, and he would do like an air hump. Like he would be like hands super low and like hump in the air. And it's nothing any coach would really teach you to do. It was just very much Anthony. I would be curious if you were to ask him if he at any point had somebody tell him, hey dude, put your hands higher, and swing this way. And at what point did he just ignore that and say, no, I hit bombs, dude, shut up?
Yeah. That's a good question. He does have a unique approach, but you look at his stats, he had a great career, man.
He did. He did.
And he was such a good fielder that everybody points to his offense, but man, he was I think a 4-time Gold Glover.
Well, yeah, and I can make the argument that he probably was good enough for 2 more Gold Gloves until he got that first one.
Agreed.
That's because you got to earn that respect. That first Gold Glove's hard to get, and then it kind of just follows afterwards. I mean, you're right.
Yeah,
he did a lot of great things on that field.
Any Cub fan, I don't know. I've been listening a lot when I'm walking and doing whatever around the house, and they've got him and David Ross has this podcast. It's actually really a good listen.
It's awesome. I've seen the clips of it. Yeah.
Great?
Yeah, that's great. I love it.
The Lovable reunion.
The one with Lackey and Lester and everything like that, and how they would buy guys dinners and whatnot. That was a great episode.
Yeah, and the Schwarber episode I thought was great because you forget Schwarber played for about 10 minutes in that 16 season, blows his knee out, and then comes back in the series and produces some of the great moments of that series. I'm like, you forget, and tie it back to Omaha. Schwarber was here at the College World Series just a few years before that. So I don't know. It's just a cool thing for baseball fans. If you really want to get into the nuts and bolts of that Cubs season, I really highly recommend it. It's really well done.
I saw a clip of that podcast yesterday where Rizzo was talking about how not everybody knew that he liked to hit in the cage in the buff.
Yeah. Not all the time. It wasn't an all the time thing.
That had me laughing.
That's kind of funny. Hey, what's the buff? What is that?
Naked nude.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's wild. That is a very Rizzo thing to do. You should ask him that. Also ask him about how much of a psycho he is being so close to the plate and getting pelted 30 times a year. That guy, that was insane. I would get pissed at him as I'd be like, I'm like, he's got to get hurt. Like eventually he's going to take one on the elbow and he's going to get hurt. And he never did. He never did. No. Hey, speaking about a diamond and hitting balls and whatnot, softball's playing right now. They're currently down 1-0 to Michigan in the Big Ten tournament over in Maryland. Kind of stemming from softball's great performances here. Who is the best athlete on Nebraska's campus right now? Who is the best? Who is the best, regardless of sport, men's sport, women's sport? Could be. Who's the best athlete currently in Lincoln? There's some good. I mean, I'll tell you this right now. If you were to just make a list of women's sports, it would be.
I was gonna say
it'd be a dogfight. It'd be crazy. Who would you go with?
I don't know, man. That's a good question.
I'll give you. Can I give you my 5? Can I give you my 5 and you can work off of it?
Give me your 5.
All right.
Yeah.
My 5 is this. Overall, Jordy Fromm 1.
Yep. That's where I was leaning.
Bergen Riley 2.
Oh, okay.
Price Sanford 3.
Okay.
Andy Jackson 4. And then I don't know where to go with 5. I want to put a baseball player there, so I put Carson Yassa.
Okay.
So those are my 5. But I think
Harper.
I wanted a little bit of representation through across the sports. Obviously, I think Harper would be probably 6 or 7. I think she would be there.
Yeah.
I would think other candidates would be obviously. I think Braden Frager deserves to be in that conversation.
Oh yeah.
I think that Britt Prince or Axelina Johansson, the thrower for track, she's done incredible work. She definitely
kid.
She's incredible. She is so good. And record breaker. I mean, one of the best in the country. There's a lot of competitions for that 5th spot. I just think baseball's had a great season that they need to have somebody there, so I put Yassa, but I that's what I have. I got Fromm, Riley, Sanford, Andy Jackson, and Carson. Who would you put in there, and who would you put?
I put Harper a little higher. I think Harper would be. Just watching her on the volleyball court, that she's got the ability to do other things, in terms of athleticism, and she can do just about everything. I'm not going to argue with Jordy Fromm, and I do think Frager has athleticism just jumping out of the gym.
I think I'm more so going who's the best player, who's the best player of the sport. Maybe not so. Maybe athlete is the wrong specific.
Sure.
What do you think about Bergen Riley too?
Oh, I think Bergen, because I think it's the funny thing is, she's her setter is her forte, but I mean, she can get up and throw down if you need to.
She's a great athlete.
If she wasn't doing what she was doing, if she's playing, just say that she wasn't a setter. She could be a hitter somewhere else. But
I agree.
She is head and shoulders the quarterback of that team. There's no doubt. You can't argue with it. So I would put her and Harper probably 1, 2 on that on the volleyball list.
Okay.
But I think Price. I think you got something going with Sanford because that guy, he's something else. But I like your where you're going with the baseball. It's just it's tough to figure out where. Like, what about Mac Moyer? He looks like he can do a whole bunch of different things.
Or right? Dylan Carey. I think Dylan was the guy.
Dylan Carey.
That was the next one after Carson. So I think for me, it's my 4, and then I'm putting a baseball player 5. They've just been so good this year. I got to put a baseball player 5.
I noticed no football on this list.
Well, come on, Andy. Come on. AK. Would you have football on your list? Let's be real.
Well, I was just trying to think.
Now, if we were including players that are off campus now,
sure,
right, that played in the 2025 calendar year, if we were to include that, obviously Emmett would be. Emmett would be either 2nd or 3rd.
Sure.
Undoubtedly.
Sure. Because I think I'm leaning towards guys who can do other things than just play their sport. And I think you're leaning more towards who's the best.
That's what I'm leaning. I'm leaning towards what have you accomplished in your sport and how much do you impact your game. I think my top, I'm not moving off my top 3. I could be,
okay.
I'm not moving off my top 3. I don't think there's anything you could, I'm sticking with Fromm, Riley, and Sanford. But I could be coerced into putting Harper in the top 5. I don't think that's.
Well, I think Harper deserves to be in the top 5 for me. But you could really put those volleyball players all in a group because, they're so good and there's so many of them that are so good. There's a reason why I gotta believe they're gonna be preseason 1 or 2, right?
Yeah.
So there's not a squad other than softball that it comes close to even matching that.
You gonna are you gonna go to?
We didn't even.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say we didn't even mention
wrestling.
We didn't mention wrestling.
I didn't even mention wrestling. Good point, Andy. I got him. How did I miss wrestling? I gotta mix it up.
Should be on that list, right?
Oh my God, yeah, absolutely. On that list. Yeah, I got to fix this list now. Antrell Taylor has to be on this list. You're a good man. Real quick, you're gonna go to Dallas for the volleyball game?
Good question. We're in negotiations right now. I have pitched Dallas. I've pitched the Vegas thing that hasn't even been announced yet, and we're pitching Wrigley, which all seems to be no-brainers, right? but there's only so much money in that on the money tree at KETV, and it needs to blossom a little more. It's growing season right now. So
I'm going to be real with you. If you end up going to Wrigley, I'm going to be a hamper to your coverage.
Whoa.
Like it's going to, I'm going to be a nuisance to getting you guys to Murphy's bleachers and getting you guys to Sluggers. And I
just give them a polo and take them with you.
Yeah, actually, should I be the drunk correspondent for KETV?
I like that. I like that. If we go to Sluggers, we're going to take some licks, though. We're going to take.
Oh, we got to take some BP. Okay. That'd be really funny if every single go ahead.
I like that. I was going to say, take the volleyball team to Sluggers and see who can hit. That would be great.
Oh, who would be the best at BP on the volleyball team?
That's a great question.
I think Tariah Ziegler would hit some bombs in the batting game.
Oh yeah.
I think she could have that power. Now, here's the thing: it'd be really funny if you guys went to Wrigley and every time you were doing B-roll in the background, it was McMaster having a drink.
Or not even looking at the camera, just walking by.
Just walking by.
With like a red Solo cup, and you just drinking out of it.
There's one bar that closed down. I wish I could bring you to, but there's this place that used to be called Houndstooth, and it was like an Alabama bar, and it was in Wrigley, and it was awesome. Houndstooth was the spot. It was just a bunch of like the most country you could get in Chicago, just all there outside of Wrigley, hammering beers. It was insane.
Right.
So we'll continue to talk.
Nothing like Wrigley. Yeah, there's nothing like Wrigleyville. Remind me next time when we got a little more time. I'll tell you a story about doing a live shot during the Bears Super Bowl game in Milwaukee. We were at a Harry Carey's, which was I don't even know if it's probably not even there. It's probably rebranded, but it was an old Harry Carey's right by the Wrigleyville, and that's where we did our live shot.
I don't know if it's still there anymore. I think they closed that down.
It's like a block away from the Cubby Bear.
Yeah, there's still a Harry Carey's. There's still the steakhouse over by the House of Blues, though. That's still an elite spot. If you go to Chicago, you should eat there. If you haven't eaten there before, that's an awesome.
100%. You're going to spend more time like walking around looking at the memorabilia than at your table.
Oh, million percent.
$1,000,000%.
I would when I worked at ESPN over there in radio. I would before like Bears games, like before we would go and produce, especially if we were doing the afternoon, I would grab lunch over at Harry Carey's. And it was awesome. It was the best.
Just the best. Just the best.
Mr. Kendi, on quick call, I appreciate you greatly. You're the man. I'll talk to you soon.
Anytime, my brother. Anytime. Have a good one, and give you got a big. I want a big shout out or a big.
What? Andy?
I said I wanted a quick shout out or a quick. Collective good vibes from your listening audience as my oldest daughter Carly graduates from college this week. Maybe good luck to dad and his pocketbook.
Absolutely. Congratulations,
family.
Andy, real quick before you leave here, give our best to Samantha.
Oh, we'll do.
Yeah.
We'll do. Yeah, she's a car magnet these days. She's getting better. We can joke because she's getting better.
Yes,
Absolutely.
That's a good thing.
You guys have a phenomenal one. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks.
I'm out of the loop.
I'll turn my mic on here. Their traffic reporter, Samantha, 2 separate car accidents.
Oh, my God.
And is recovering nicely, but very scary situation both times for her.
Terrible.
Yes.
That's absolutely awful. All right. Best wishes to Samantha. Let's hit a break. Let's talk what to watch for and the dog of the day. Ghost Dog. If Ghost Dog's still listening, buddy boy, we need you badly. I think we've lost like 14 dog of the days in a row.
Guy hits the Derby winner, forgets about the dogs.
Seriously. Let's talk all that coming up next. we're in that point in the Chicago offseason where it's like we just start hypothetically trading for all the best players in the league, and then the Blackhawks aren't going to get any of them. And I'm really, really excited to convince myself that Brady Tkachuk will be a Hawk, and then it not happen.
Definitely the Chicago sports story you should be most focused on.
What is the one I should be most focused
14 home wins in a row for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, they're good. I'm kidding. They're
second best all time for the Chicago Cubs.
They're playing great. Baseball, I don't want to be the pessimistic Cubs fan, but I mean, at some point it might flip.
We are going to have to discuss what we do next week when the Chicago Cubs visit the Atlanta Braves.
I'm not making any bets with you.
Oh, no bets. Just
okay.
Are we going to trash talk? Are we going to wait till after, before?
It's
what
the middle of the regular season series. It's fine. Don't worry. But if you get swept, I'm going to be up in there. What are we watching tonight?
We're watching a pair of NBA playoff games on Amazon Prime for some reason. Cavs, Pistons, 6:00. Pistons lead that one 1-0, and then the Thunder with a 1-0 lead host the Los Angeles Lakers at 8:30. Lone hockey game today. Hurricanes, Flyers at 7 in Philly on TNT. Canes lead that one 2-0. ESPN has a doubleheader of Major League Baseball.
Whoa!
I know.
Incredible. ESPN caring about baseball.
Rays and Red Sox at 6, followed by Cardinals, Padres at 9.
Okay. All right. I will watch the Cardinals Padres game.
Big Ten tournament softball semifinals. 3-1 Nebraska leads in the bottom of the second on Big Ten Network, and a new movie on Hulu for people to watch. The latest from director Sam Raimi. He did a bunch of Spider-Man movies called Send Help, with two colleagues become stranded on a desert island, the only survivors of a plane crash. There, they must overcome past grievances and work together to survive.
Kind of done with plane crash movies.
Ooh, fair take.
I'm just, we've done so many of them at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you gotta love dogs, right?
Ghost Dog made a pick too late yesterday, but told us how much we would live to regret it by not tailing it. So we've taken Ghost Dog off of probation. Ghost Dog is now back fully instated after a resounding win with the Anaheim Ducks defeating the Vegas Golden Knights and taking control of that series as it's tied 1-1 heading back to Anaheim. He's picking the Flyers tonight to beat the Carolina Hurricanes. A bold pick, if you will, from our Ghost Dog. But at the same time, Philadelphia did very much compete against Carolina in that last game. Could they flip it going back to Philly and get the series to 2-1? We will see. The Flyers are our dog of the day. Coming up next, USC and the crossover. A lot of fun with you guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow here on Middays with Matt.